My name's Jack, and I've been driving trucks for almost 30 years. Seen every kind of weather, every kind of highway oddity, and every kind of person you can imagine. Over all those miles, I learned one thing: never stop for anyone. It's not out of cruelty. People do get stranded, and I'm sure plenty of them are honest folks in need of a ride. But the road isn't safe, not in the way people think. You stay on your route, you keep your doors locked, and you don't stop for anything. I followed that rule religiously. Until one night on Highway 285, out in the middle of Texas. That was the night I learned just how dangerous breaking that rule could be. It started like any other haul. I was running a load of farm equipment from Dallas to Amarillo, a straight shot with plenty of open road. The sky was pitch black, stars hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds. Not much traffic, just the occasional set of headlights zipping by in the opposite lane. I had the radio off, my own thoughts keeping me company. Around 1 a.m., I saw someone on the side of the road. A hitchhiker. They were standing next to a faded mile marker, their thumb out and their other hand clutching a backpack. Normally, I wouldn't even slow down, but something about this person gave me pause. Maybe it was the way they stood, perfectly still, almost too still, or maybe it was the emptiness of the road. There wasn't a car for miles. No one was coming to pick them up. I told myself to keep driving. My foot hovered over the gas pedal. But before I knew it, I was easing off, pulling over onto the shoulder. The figure jogged toward my rig as I rolled down the passenger window. Up close, he looked ordinary enough. A young guy, mid-20s maybe, with messy brown hair and a face that seemed prematurely aged by the sun. His clothes, jeans, a hoodie, and scuffed boots were covered in dirt like he'd been walking for hours. "Thanks for stopping," he said, his voice low and soft. "Been out here all night. Where you headed?" I asked. "North," he replied, gesturing vaguely down the road. "Anywhere's better than here." I should have sent him on his way. But the desperation in his voice got to me. Against my better judgment, I told him to climb in. He threw his backpack in the sleeper and settled into the passenger seat, flashing me a quick, tired smile. For the first few miles, he didn't say much. Just sat there, staring out the windshield, his hands resting on his knees. I was okay with that. I'm not much for small talk, especially not with strangers. But after a while, he broke the silence. "You drive this route often?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, keeping my eyes on the road. "Been hauling through here for years." He nodded like he already knew that. "You seem like the kind of guy who sticks to routines." The comment caught me off guard. "Something wrong with that?" "No," he said quickly. "Just, routines make people predictable." The way he said it sent a chill down my spine. I glanced over at him, but he was staring out the windshield again, his face unreadable. We drove in silence for a while after that. But the longer he sat there, the heavier the air in the cab felt. It wasn't just his words, it was the way he moved or didn't move. His posture was too stiff, like he was holding something in. And his breathing, it was too quiet. Almost like he wasn't breathing at all. Then he started asking questions. "Do you always drive alone?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Company policy. Ever get lonely out here?" "Not really." He nodded again like he already knew the answers. Then he leaned forward, peering at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You have a family, that did it." I tightened my grip on the wheel, my knuckles white. "What's with all the questions?" "Just making conversation," he said, his voice too casual. No need to get defensive, but there was something in his tone, something cold and amused that set me on edge. I flicked my eyes to the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it. His reflection wasn't moving. He was sitting perfectly still, staring straight ahead, but the reflection in the mirror, it was grinning. A wide, toothy grin that stretched too far, like it wasn't made for a human face. My heart skipped a beat. I glanced at him, then back at the mirror. His face was neutral, but the reflection, the grin, was still there. "Something wrong?" he asked, his head tilting slightly. "No," I said, my voice shaking. "Nothing, but everything was wrong." My instincts were screaming at me to stop the truck and get him out. But how do you confront something like that? What would I even say? I kept driving, my pulse pounding in my ears. The highway stretched out endlessly ahead of us, the dark landscape pressing in from all sides. Every now and then, I'd glance at the mirror, hoping I'd imagined it. But the grin was always there, wider than before, its teeth glinting in the dim light. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. "This is your stop," I said, pulling over at the next rest area. The hitchhiker didn't argue. He just smiled, his real face, not the one in the mirror, and said, "Thanks for the ride." He climbed out, grabbing his backpack from the sleeper. I watched him walk toward the restrooms, his silhouette swallowed by the shadows. As soon as he was out of sight, I floored it, desperate to put as much distance between us as possible. But I wasn't alone. A few miles down the road, I heard it. A scratching sound, faint but persistent, coming from the sleeper behind me. My blood ran cold. I checked the mirrors, but the sleeper was empty. "Keep driving," I told myself. "It's nothing," but the scratching grew louder, more frantic. It wasn't coming from inside the cab. It was coming from the roof. Something was up there. I felt the truck shift, like a weight was moving along the roof, crawling toward the windshield. My breath hitched as I tightened my grip on the wheel, my eyes darting between the road and the mirrors. Then it appeared. A face pressed against the glass, upside down. It was him, or something that looked like him. But the eyes were all wrong. They were black, empty pits, and the grin on his face was impossibly wide, stretching from ear to ear. "Let me in," it whispered, its voice seeping into my head like poison. "We're not done yet." I slammed on the brakes, sending the truck skidding to a stop. The thing flew off the roof, landing somewhere in the darkness. I didn't wait to see where it went. I threw the truck into gear and took off, my hands trembling as I gripped the wheel. The highway was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of my eye felt like him. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see that grin staring back at me. Then the radio crackled to life. "Breaker 19, a voice said, low and distorted. "You can't run forever, Jack." My blood froze. I hadn't given him my name. The headlights flickered, the engine sputtering as the truck slowed to a crawl. Panic set in as I hit the gas, but the engine wouldn't respond. The truck coasted to a stop on the shoulder, the silence deafening. And then I saw him, standing in the middle of the road, his silhouette framed by the dim glow of the dying headlights. He wasn't smiling anymore. His face was blank, emotionless, but his eyes, they burned with something primal, something ancient. He took a step forward, and I knew I had to act. Grabbing the tire iron from under my seat, I climbed out of the cab. The cold night air bit into my skin as I faced him, my heart pounding in my chest. "Stay back," I warned, raising the tire iron. "I don't know what you are, but I'll fight you if I have to." He tilted his head, a slow, deliberate motion. Then he smiled, a horrible, twisted grin that didn't belong on any human face. "You can't fight me," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally. "You can only run," and that's exactly what I did. I jumped back into the truck, slamming the door shut as he lunged forward. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, the tires screeching as I sped down the highway. In the rearview mirror, I saw him standing in the road, his grin fading into the darkness. I didn't stop until I reached Amarillo. Didn't even stop for fuel. When I finally parked the rig, my hands were still shaking, my mind racing. I've been driving trucks for 30 years, but I've never experienced anything like that night. I don't know what he was or why he chose me, but I do know one thing: I'll never stop for anyone again. Story 2. My name's Alan, and I've been a trucker for over 15 years. I've hauled freight across every state in this country, but I'll never forget what happened on Highway 89 last winter. To this day, I can't bring myself to drive that route again. This isn't a story I tell often. It's hard to get the words out without feeling that icy grip again. But maybe sharing it will help someone else steer clear of the nightmare I barely escaped. It started on a cold, moonless night. The kind of night where the darkness feels heavier, like it's pressing against your truck windows, trying to seep in. I'd picked up a load of canned goods in Phoenix and was on my way to Denver. The highway stretched out endlessly in front of me, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through a barren, snow-dusted landscape. It was quiet except for the hum of my engine and the occasional crackle of static on the CB radio. I first noticed the other truck about 50 miles outside Flagstaff. Its headlights appeared in my mirrors, distant but steady, like a pair of eyes watching my every move. At first, I didn't think much of it. It's not uncommon to share the road with another hauler late at night. But something about this rig felt off. The headlights didn't waver, didn't dim or brighten, and no matter how many miles I drove, the truck stayed exactly the same distance behind me. I switched lanes to let it pass, but it didn't. It just stayed there, a silent predator in the shadows. By the time I hit the mountains, the unease had turned into a gnawing dread. My hands gripped the wheel tighter than usual, and my eyes darted to the mirrors every few seconds. I even flashed my taillights a little trucker signal to say, "Go ahead, pass me." Nothing. The truck just kept following, its headlights glowing unnaturally bright against the darkness. Around 2 a.m., I decided I needed a break. There was a small rest stop up ahead, a lonely gas station with a flickering neon sign that read open 24 hours. I pulled in, parking my rig near the pumps, and watched as the other truck rolled into the lot, stopping about 50 yards away. Its engine idled, the headlights still burning into my rearview mirror. The driver didn't get out. I climbed down from my cab and stretched, trying to shake off the tension in my shoulders. The air was bitterly cold, and my breath formed clouds that hung in the still air. Inside the station, an older woman sat behind the counter, flipping through a magazine. She looked up and gave me a weary smile as I grabbed a cup of coffee from the pot near the register. "You've been on the road long?" she asked, her voice warm but tired. "Feels like forever," I said, forcing a smile. I glanced out the window at the other truck. Its headlights were off now, but the silhouette of the rig was still visible under the dim station lights. "Another driver came in with you?" she asked, following my gaze. "No," I said quickly, maybe too quickly. "He's just been following me." Her smile faded, replaced by something harder to read. "Be careful out there. This stretch of road's got a reputation." "For what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. She hesitated, then shook her head. "Just strange things." "Keep your eyes open." I nodded, paid for my coffee, and headed back to the truck. The other rig hadn't moved. I climbed into my cab, locked the doors, and flipped on the CB radio. "Breaker 19, I said. "This is Roadrunner. Who's the driver out there?" "You've been following me for a while." No response. Just static. I tried again and again, but the silence on the other end was deafening. I was about to give up when a voice crackled through the speaker. low, guttural, and wrong. "I'm not behind you." My stomach dropped. I glanced in the mirrors, and that's when I saw it. The other truck wasn't parked anymore. It was gone. The parking lot was empty except for my rig, and the only sound was the wind howling through the mountains. I shifted into gear and pulled back onto the highway, my pulse racing. I told myself I was imagining things, that exhaustion was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. Not 10 minutes later, the headlights reappeared in my mirrors. This time they were closer. I floored the accelerator, my rig groaning as it climbed the mountain pass. The headlights stayed right behind me, too close for comfort. I could see the truck now, a hulking black shape that seemed to absorb the light around it. There were no logos, no markings, nothing to identify it. Just an unholy mass of steel and shadow. I grabbed the CB mic again, my voice shaking. "Who are you? What do you want?" The voice came back, distorted and echoing like it was bouncing off the walls of some deep, cavernous void. "You." Suddenly, the other truck swerved into the oncoming lane, pulling up beside me. I glanced over and my heart stopped. The driver's window was down, but there was no one in the cab. Instead, I saw myself. My own face, twisted into a grotesque grin, staring back at me with empty black eyes. I slammed on the brakes, my tires screeching against the icy pavement. The other truck sped ahead, disappearing into the night. My heart was pounding, my mind racing. I had to get off the road, had to find help, had to. The headlights appeared again, this time in front of me. The truck came barreling toward me, its horn blaring like a banshee's wail. I swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision, and my rig skidded off the road, plowing into a snowbank. The impact jolted me forward, and everything went black. When I came to, the world was silent. My rig was half buried in snow, the engine dead. I stumbled out, coughing from the cold air, and looked around. The other truck was gone, but its tracks circled my rig like a predator stalking its prey. Then I heard it, a faint whisper carried on the wind. "Alan." I turned, and there it was, standing in the snow, just a few yards away. It wasn't a man or a truck, or anything that belonged in this world. It was a twisted amalgamation of both, a hulking shadow with my own face staring back at me. It lunged, faster than anything that size should have been able to move. I grabbed the tire iron from my cab and swung wildly, the metal connecting with a sickening crunch. The thing staggered, letting out a blood-curdling scream that sounded like grinding gears. I didn't wait to see if it would recover. I ran, stumbling through the snow, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I don't know how long I ran, or how I found the courage to keep going. Eventually, I saw the faint glow of a truck stop on the horizon. I stumbled inside, collapsing onto the floor as the other drivers gathered around me, their faces a mix of concern and confusion. I told them what happened, but I could see the disbelief in their eyes. Only one man, an older driver with a weathered face, seemed to believe me. He put a hand on my shoulder and said, "You saw it, didn't you? The shadowed convoy. You're lucky to be alive. I never got back into that truck. Left it right there in the snowbank. I don't care what the company thinks, and I don't care if they dock my pay. Some things are more important than a paycheck. Some things you can't unsee. So, if you're ever out on Highway 89 and you notice a pair of headlights following you for too long, don't stop. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't let it catch you." Story 3. Over the years, I've hauled everything you can imagine: livestock, hazardous materials, military-grade gear. If it fits on a flatbed or in a trailer, I've probably moved it. But last winter, I took a job that changed everything. It was the kind of run that leaves scars you can't see. Some nights I still hear it. Some nights I wake up thinking I'm back in that truck, listening to the sounds coming from the cargo. It started in El Paso. The job was simple on paper: drive a loaded trailer to a remote depot in Colorado. The pay was higher than usual, but the broker assured me it was just because of the urgency. No questions asked, he said, sliding the paperwork across the counter. Just deliver the goods, no stops. I glanced at the manifest. It was vague, miscellaneous equipment. No weights, no details. Just a destination and a deadline. Something about it felt off, but the money was too good to pass up. Times were tough, and I had bills piling up. So I signed the papers and hooked my rig to the trailer. The first thing I noticed was the weight. The truck groaned when I pulled out of the yard, the suspension creaking under the load. Whatever was in there, it was heavy. I tried not to think about it too much. You learn pretty quickly in this line of work that curiosity doesn't pay the bills. The first few hours were uneventful. The highway stretched out before me, the desert flat and endless under a sky full of stars. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the faint whistle of the wind. But as I got farther from the city, things started to feel strange. It was subtle at first. A faint tapping sound, like something knocking against the inside of the trailer. I chalked it up to the cargo shifting. Heavy loads can settle, especially on bumpy roads. But the sound didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm, like someone drumming their fingers. I turned up the radio to drown it out, but it didn't help. The tapping was in my head now, worming its way into my thoughts. I told myself I was imagining things, that I just needed to focus on the road. But then the sound changed. It wasn't tapping anymore. It was scratching. My stomach tightened as I gripped the wheel, trying to keep my eyes on the highway. The scratching was faint, almost imperceptible but constant, like nails dragging against wood or metal. I glanced in the side mirror, half expecting to see something moving in the trailer. But the reflection showed nothing, just the dark outline of the trailer, framed by the glow of the taillights. I shook my head, trying to shake off the unease. "Get a grip, Tom," I muttered. "It's just the wind," but deep down I didn't believe that. By the time I hit the New Mexico border, the scratching had stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief, convincing myself it had been my imagination. I was about to relax when I heard something else. A voice. It was faint, barely audible over the rumble of the engine. But it was there, soft, pleading, like someone whispering from far away. "Help me." I slammed on the brakes, my heart hammering in my chest. The truck skidded to a stop on the shoulder, the trailer rocking under the sudden jolt. For a long moment I just sat there, gripping the wheel, my breath coming in short gasps. "Help me," the voice came again, clearer this time. It was coming from the trailer. I climbed out of the cab, flashlight in hand, my boots crunching against the gravel. The night was deathly quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears. I walked toward the trailer, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the darkness. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone in there?" No answer. Just silence. I climbed onto the trailer, my hands shaking as I unlatched the doors. They creaked open, revealing the interior, a cavernous space filled with wooden crates. The flashlight beam danced across the boxes, each one stamped with the same unmarked symbol. They were tightly packed, secured with thick straps. Nothing looked out of place. Then I heard it again. "Help me." It was coming from one of the crates. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to get back in the truck and drive. But something kept me there, my feet rooted to the floor. Slowly, I approached the crate, the sound growing louder with each step. The voice was desperate now, ragged and broken. "Please, let me out." My hands shook as I grabbed a crowbar from the side of the trailer. I wedged it under the lid of the crate, the wood splintering as I pried it open. Inside was straw, layers of it, packed tightly around something large and heavy. I brushed it aside, my flashlight catching a glint of metal. It wasn't metal. It was bone. A massive skull, yellowed and cracked with age, stared back at me. Its eye sockets were deep and hollow, its jaw lined with jagged teeth. The rest of the crate was filled with bones, long, twisted, and impossibly large. They didn't belong to any animal I'd ever seen. I stumbled back, the flashlight slipping from my hand. That's when I saw it, the thing in the corner of the crate, hidden beneath the straw. It moved. A hand shot out, clawed and skeletal, its fingers curling around the edge of the crate. The rest of it followed a gaunt, elongated figure, its skin stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes were black pits, burning with a malevolent hunger. "Thank you," it rasped, its voice like gravel. Now I'm free. I turned and ran, leaping from the trailer and scrambling back to the cab. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps heavy and deliberate. The truck roared to life as I slammed the door shut, the tires screeching as I tore back onto the highway. But it wasn't over. The thing was on the roof, its claws scraping against the metal. I could hear its guttural growls, feel the weight of it shifting above me. The truck swerved as I tried to shake it off, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. "Let me in," it hissed, its voice seeping through the cracks. "Let me in." I floored the gas, the engine screaming as the truck barreled down the highway. I didn't care about the speed limit or the cargo. All I cared about was getting away. The creature slammed its fists against the windshield, its face inches from mine. Its grin was impossibly wide, its teeth sharp and glinting in the headlights. I grabbed a wrench from the passenger seat and swung it, the glass cracking under the impact. The thing let out an ear-piercing screech, falling back onto the roof. I seized the moment, veering onto a side road and slamming on the brakes. The sudden stop sent it flying forward, its body skidding across the asphalt. I didn't wait to see if it got up. I threw the truck into reverse, the trailer lurching as I backed away. The thing lay motionless in the road, its limbs bent at unnatural angles. But as I watched, it began to move, its bones snapping back into place. I hit the gas, speeding away into the night. My heart was pounding, my hands trembling on the wheel. I drove until the first light of dawn, not stopping until I reached the depot. The man who greeted me didn't ask about the trailer or the cargo. He just handed me an envelope, thick with cash, and told me to leave. I didn't argue. I still don't know what that thing was, or why it was in the crate. But I know one thing, I'll never take a job like that again. Some freight isn't meant to be moved. Story 4. Trucking's not a glamorous life, but it suits me. You drive, you deliver, you move on. But last fall, on a lonely stretch of Route 95 in Nevada, I learned something. The open road can hold dangers you'd never imagine, things you can't just outdrive or leave behind. Things that know you. Things that want you to stop. It started like any other run. I'd picked up a load in Salt Lake City and was heading south to Las Vegas. The cargo wasn't anything special, stacks of machinery parts. The company wasn't in a rush, but I wanted to make time before the weather turned bad. Nevada nights can get bitterly cold, and the truck's heater wasn't what it used to be. By the time I hit the desert stretch past Tonopah, the moon had risen high, casting long shadows across the highway. The road was empty, just me and the horizon stretching into nothing. I liked it that way. No headlights behind me, No brake lights ahead. Just the hum of the engine and the occasional hiss of the CB radio. Then I saw her. A woman standing in the middle of the highway. She was wearing a white dress, the kind you'd expect to see at a summer wedding, not on the edge of a desert road. Her hair was long, dark, and wild, and she was barefoot, standing stock still under the moonlight. I barely had time to react, slamming the brakes, the truck shuddering as it screeched to a halt. The trailer swung slightly, but I managed to hold it steady. I sat there, gripping the wheel, heart pounding. She didn't move, didn't flinch, just stared at me, her figure bathed in the pale glow of my headlights. I rolled down the window, the night air icy against my face. "Hey," I called out. "You okay?" She tilted her head like she hadn't heard me. Then she took a step forward. There was something wrong about the way she moved, too smooth, too deliberate. Her legs didn't bend right. Every instinct in me screamed to drive, to leave her behind, but I couldn't. She stepped closer, and for a moment her face caught the light. It was my sister. At least it looked like her. Same auburn hair, same sharp nose, same freckles. But it couldn't be her. My sister, Rachel, died 8 years ago in a car accident. "Aaron," she said, her voice barely a whisper carried by the wind. "Why did you leave me?" My stomach dropped. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing me into my seat. This wasn't Rachel. It couldn't be. I threw the truck into gear and hit the gas, swerving around her. In the mirror, I saw her turn to watch me, her face blank and expressionless. Then she smiled, a twisted, unnatural grin that didn't belong on any human face. I drove as fast as the rig would go, the trailer rattling behind me. I told myself it was just exhaustion, that I'd imagined her. But deep down, I knew better. Something wasn't right. A few miles down the road, I spotted movement ahead. Another figure, standing on the shoulder this time. I slowed, my hands gripping the wheel tight. This one was different. A man in a flannel shirt and jeans, waving his arms as if to flag me down. As I got closer, I realized I knew him too. It was Mike, a buddy of mine from my first trucking gig. He taught me everything I know about long hauls, but he died of a heart attack 3 years ago. I hadn't seen him since the funeral. "Aaron," he shouted, stepping into the road. "Stop. You gotta stop." I swerved again, my headlights catching his face. It was him, but it wasn't. His skin was too pale, his eyes too dark. As I passed, he slammed his hand against the side of the trailer, his voice echoing in the night. "You can't outrun it." The words hit me harder than I'd like to admit. I didn't stop, didn't look back. But when I glanced in the side mirror, I saw him standing in the middle of the road, watching me. His body shifted in the moonlight, his silhouette distorting into something long and spindly. Something inhuman. The highway felt endless, the desert stretching into forever. Every so often, I'd see something, a flicker of movement, a shadow darting across the road, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Not after what I'd seen. Then the CB crackled to life. "Aaron," a voice said, soft and broken. It was Rachel's voice. I grabbed the mic, my hands shaking. "Who is this?" I demanded. "You left me," she said. "You always leave." I dropped the mic, my pulse pounding in my ears. The radio went dead, but the voice was still there, echoing in my head. "You always leave." Ahead, I saw another figure. A man, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the road, his head bowed. I slowed, squinting to make out his face. It was me. My own face stared back at me as the figure rose, its movements jerky and unnatural. It smiled, the same twisted grin I'd seen on Rachel. Then it raised an arm and pointed directly at me. The engine roared as I slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The figure didn't move. I braced for impact, but as the truck barreled through, it vanished, nothing but air where it had been. But the mimic wasn't gone. I could feel it now, a presence in the cab. The air was heavy, suffocating, the hairs on my neck standing on end. The headlights flickered, the dashboard lights dimming. And then I heard it. Breathing, slow and deliberate, coming from behind me. I glanced in the mirror and my blood ran cold. There it was, sitting in the sleeper, grinning at me with a mouth too wide and eyes too dark. Its form shifted, flickering between Rachel, Mike, and my own face. "You can't run," it said, its voice a horrible blend of all three. "Stop the truck." I reached for the tire iron I kept under the seat, my hand trembling. "Get out," I growled, my voice cracking. "Get out of my truck." It laughed, a guttural, inhuman sound that made my stomach turn. "You can't fight me, Aaron. You belong to the road." Just like me, the mimic lunged, its form shifting midair. I swung the tire iron, the metal connecting with its head. It let out a shriek, its body twisting as it fell back into the sleeper. The truck swerved, the trailer rocking as I fought to keep control. "You'll never make it," it hissed, its voice fading as its body dissolved into smoke, slipping through the cracks in the cab. The air cleared, and for a moment I thought it was over. Then I saw the shadow in the road ahead. It was massive, taller than the truck, its limbs stretching unnaturally long. The mimic had taken a new form, one that blocked the entire highway. Its grin was wide enough to split its face, its eyes glowing like embers in the dark. I gritted my teeth, my hands gripping the wheel. "Not today," I muttered. I floored the gas, the engine roaring as the truck surged forward. The mimic didn't move, its arms outstretched as if to embrace me. At the last second, I yanked the wheel, the rig veering onto the shoulder. The tires screamed as I tore past the creature, the trailer nearly tipping as it whipped around the curve. When I looked in the mirror, the road was empty. No shadow, no figures. Just the open highway, stretching into the night. I didn't stop until I reached Las Vegas, the neon lights cutting through the darkness like a lifeline. I parked the rig at the depot and sat there, hands shaking, heart pounding. The mimic was gone, but its words stayed with me. "You belong to the road." I still don't know what it was or why it came after me. But I do know one thing: the road isn't as empty as it seems. There are things out there, things that know you, that want you to stop. And if you ever see someone you know standing on the highway, don't stop. Don't even slow down. Because it's not them. And it never was. Story 5. The open highway has a way of showing you things, sometimes beautiful, sometimes terrifying. But nothing I'd ever seen, no accident, no storm, no roadside oddity came close to what happened on a foggy stretch of road deep in the forests of Oregon. It was supposed to be an easy run, picking up a load of fresh produce in Klamath Falls and delivering it to a distribution center outside Seattle. Nothing unusual about the job, except for the fog. I've driven through my share of pea soup, but this was different. It wasn't just thick, it was alive. It rolled across the road in waves, twisting around the truck like it was trying to climb inside. I'd been on the road since sunset, and the farther I drove, the more isolated it got. No other cars, no signs of life, just trees pressing in on either side of the two-lane highway. The only sound was the rumble of my engine and the occasional crackle of the CB radio. I was starting to think I'd gotten through the worst of the fog when I saw something up ahead. A shape moving across the road. I slowed, leaning forward to get a better look. It was huge, taller than a bear, broad-shouldered, and covered in what looked like matted fur. For a second, I thought it might be an elk or maybe a black bear on steroids. But when the headlights hit it, I knew it wasn't any animal I'd ever seen. The thing turned its head toward me, and I swear I felt its eyes lock onto mine. Yellow and glowing, like two smoldering coals, staring right into my soul. It didn't run, didn't flinch. It just stood there in the middle of the road, as if daring me to come closer. I hit the brakes, the truck screeching to a stop. The trailer groaned under the sudden shift, the produce crates inside sliding and thudding against the walls. My heart was pounding as I sat there, gripping the wheel, trying to process what I was seeing. The thing let out a sound, a deep, guttural roar that rattled my teeth. Then it moved, faster than anything that size should be able to. It disappeared into the trees, its massive frame swallowed by the shadows. I sat there for a moment, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But then I heard it. A thud, loud and deliberate, coming from the trailer. Something was back there. I grabbed the flashlight from the glove box and stepped out of the cab. The fog wrapped around me like a living thing, muffling every sound except for the pounding of my boots on the asphalt. I walked toward the back of the truck, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the haze. The trailer was still intact, the doors chained and padlocked. But the thudding hadn't stopped. It was louder now, more aggressive, like something was trying to get out. "Hey," I shouted, my voice trembling. "Who's back there?" No response. Just more thuds, followed by a scraping sound like claws dragging across metal. I felt a chill run down my spine. I was about to head back to the cab when the truck rocked. The entire rig shifted, the trailer swaying as something heavy landed on top of it. My flashlight flickered as I stumbled, my breath fogging in the cold night air. Then I heard it, the sound of metal tearing. I turned just in time to see a massive hand, claws as long as butcher knives, rip through the side of the trailer. The creature's face appeared in the opening, its yellow eyes burning with intelligence and rage. It let out another roar, its jagged teeth glinting in the flashlight's beam. "Heck no," I muttered, scrambling back toward the cab. I could hear the creature tearing through the trailer, crates splintering as it clawed its way inside. I climbed into the cab and slammed the door, locking it just as the truck shook again. The thing was climbing onto the roof. I threw the truck into gear and hit the gas. The tires spun for a moment before catching, the engine roaring as I sped down the highway. The beast roared in response, its claws scraping against the roof as it tried to hold on. The rig swerved as I struggled to keep it on the road. I could feel the weight of the creature shifting, its body slamming against the cab as it tried to break through. The windshield cracked under the force of its blows, spiderwebs spreading across the glass. Come on," I muttered, my knuckles white on the wheel. I didn't know where I was going or what I'd do when I got there. All I knew was that I had to keep moving. The beast let out another roar, and I felt the cab tilt as it lunged forward, its claws smashing through the passenger side window. Shards of glass rained down as I grabbed the tire iron from under the seat and swung it blindly. The metal connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature recoiled, its roar turning into a howl of pain. I didn't wait for it to recover. I swerved hard, aiming for the ditch. The truck lurched, the trailer tipping as the wheels left the pavement. The beast lost its grip, tumbling off the roof and into the trees. I slammed on the brakes, the rig skidding to a stop on the shoulder. My hands were shaking, my chest heaving as I sat there, staring at the cracked windshield. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then I heard it, branches snapping, the sound of something massive moving through the forest. It wasn't done. I grabbed the tire iron and climbed out of the cab, my flashlight shaking as I aimed it toward the trees. The fog was thicker now, swirling around me like a living thing. I could hear the creature moving, its heavy footsteps echoing in the night. "Come on, you son of a bitch," I muttered, raising the tire iron. My heart was pounding, every instinct screaming at me to run. But I knew it wouldn't matter. This thing wasn't going to stop until it had me. The creature emerged from the trees, its massive frame silhouetted against the fog. It was bigger than I'd realized, its shoulders hunched, its claws glinting in the faint light. Its eyes locked onto mine, and it let out a low growl, its breath steaming in the cold air. I stood my ground, gripping the tire iron like it was the only thing keeping me alive. The beast took a step forward, then another, its growl growing louder with each movement. And then headlights. A pair of bright beams cut through the fog, illuminating the creature as a pickup truck roared around the bend. The beast froze, its head snapping toward the light. The truck didn't slow, its horn blaring as it barreled straight toward us. The creature let out a roar and leapt back into the trees, disappearing into the shadows. The pickup skidded to a stop, and a man climbed out, his face pale as he looked at me. "You okay?" he called out. I nodded, my legs barely holding me up. Yeah, I think so." He didn't ask any more questions, just helped me get the rig back on the road. I didn't stop until I reached Seattle, and even then, I couldn't shake the image of those yellow eyes watching me. I don't know what that thing was or why it came after me. But I do know one thing. If you're ever driving through the forests of Oregon and you see the fog start to roll in, don't stop. Don't look. Just keep driving. Because some things out there don't care about trucks or trailers or men with tire irons. Some things just want to hunt. Story 6. It started like any other haul. I was headed southbound with a trailer full of lumber, a standard route through Oregon. I'd started late and planned to push through the night, but by 9 p.m., the fog rolled in thick as soup, and I couldn't see 10 feet past my headlights. Normally, I'd find a truck stop or a rest area, but there was nothing for miles. Just the endless stretch of asphalt and towering evergreens on either side. Finally, I spotted a wide gravel turnout and decided it'd have to do. I pulled the rig off the road, killed the engine, and stepped out into the cool night air. The fog clung to everything, muffling the sound of the forest. It wasn't the first time I'd parked in the middle of nowhere, but something about this place felt off. Still, I was tired, and I figured I'd get some rest and leave before dawn. I climbed into the sleeper cab and locked the doors out of habit. The air outside was heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, and as I lay there, the silence pressed in. Not the kind of peaceful silence you find in the wilderness. No, this was the kind of silence that feels wrong. Like the world was holding its breath. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember was waking up to a noise, a low, guttural growl that made my skin crawl. At first, I thought it was a bear. I've seen my share of wildlife on the road, and bears are nothing to mess with. I grabbed the flashlight I keep stashed under the seat and cracked the window just enough to listen. The growl came again, deeper this time and closer. Whatever it was, it sounded big. I shone the flashlight out into the fog, but the beam didn't reach far. All I could see was the gravel turnout and the faint outline of trees beyond. Then I noticed something, movement, just at the edge of the light. A shadow, taller than any bear, slipping between the trees. My heart started pounding. I slammed the window shut and locked it, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe a trick of the fog. But then the truck shook. It wasn't much, just a small jolt, like someone had leaned against the side. I froze, listening. Another jolt, harder this time. I felt the cab sway. Whatever was out there wasn't leaving. "Hey," I shouted, my voice shaking. "Get away from the truck." The growl came again, low and guttural, followed by the sound of claws scraping against metal. I grabbed the tire iron I keep for emergencies and stepped out, heart pounding. The cold night air hit me like a slap, and the fog swallowed everything beyond the truck's lights. "Come on then," I yelled, raising the tire iron like it would do any good. "Let's see what you've got." The forest went still. Too still. No wind, no rustling leaves, not even the chirp of crickets. Then, from behind the truck, a massive shadow emerged. My stomach dropped. It was no bear. The thing stood at least 8 feet tall, its body covered in matted fur. Its arms were long, ending in claws that glinted in the dim light, and its face was almost human but not. The eyes glowed faintly red, and the mouth twisted into a snarl that showed rows of jagged teeth. I took a step back, gripping the tire iron like it was the only thing keeping me alive. The creature let out a roar that shook the trees and charged. I swung the tire iron, catching it across the shoulder, but it barely flinched. Its massive hand swiped out, sending me sprawling to the ground. My flashlight rolled away, the beam flickering as it settled on the forest floor. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my boots crunching against the gravel. The creature didn't follow immediately, but I could hear it moving, branches snapping, heavy footsteps closing in. I didn't know where I was going, just that I needed to get away from the truck. Then I saw them. In the dim light, the forest floor was dotted with strange mounds, each marked by crudely arranged stones. At first, I thought they were rocks or debris, but as I got closer, I realized they were graves. Dozens of them, stretching as far as I could see into the fog. Some were old, covered in moss and dirt. Others looked fresh, the earth still loose. This wasn't just a forest. It was a burial ground. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd parked on sacred ground, and now I'd pissed off whatever was guarding it. The creature roared again, closer this time. I dove behind one of the larger mounds, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground beneath me felt wrong. Like the earth itself was alive, pulsing faintly under my hands. I peeked over the edge of the mound, my heart hammering in my chest. The creature was there, its massive frame moving through the fog. It stopped near one of the graves, sniffing the air like it could smell my fear. Then, to my horror, it reached down and pulled something from the ground, a bone, long and yellowed with age. It let out a low, mournful growl, almost like a howl, and then threw the bone aside, its head snapping in my direction. It knew I was there. I didn't wait. I bolted, weaving between the graves, the creature's roar echoing behind me. My flashlight was gone, and the fog made everything look the same. No matter which direction I ran, the burial mound seemed endless. Finally, I broke through the trees and saw the truck, its headlights still cutting through the fog. I ran for it, the creature crashing through the forest behind me. I could feel it gaining, its growls turning into a deafening roar. I reached the cab and threw myself inside, slamming the door shut just as the creature lunged. Its claws scraped against the metal, leaving deep gashes in the door. I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling, and the engine roared to life. The creature didn't back off. It climbed onto the hood, its massive hands slamming against the windshield. The glass cracked under the force, spiderweb fractures spreading outward. I hit the gas, the truck lurching forward. The creature held on, its claws digging into the metal. I swerved, trying to shake it off, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, I hit the brakes hard. The creature flew forward, landing in the gravel with a heavy thud. I didn't wait to see if it got up. I floored it, the tires kicking up dirt as I sped back onto the highway. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature standing in the middle of the road, its glowing eyes burning through the fog. It didn't follow, but I swear I could feel its rage, even miles down the highway. I didn't stop until I hit the next truck stop, and even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd escaped something ancient and angry. I don't know what that thing was, or what I stumbled into out there, but I know one thing for sure. If you're ever driving through the forests of Oregon and you find a quiet place to park, think twice. Because some places aren't meant for the living. Story 7. It was a late October night, and I was hauling a load of refrigerated goods through the backroads of rural Pennsylvania. My usual route was closed for construction, so I had to take a detour through an area I'd never driven before. The map showed a winding road through a dense forest. It looked harmless enough, but as soon as I turned onto it, I knew something was wrong. The trees loomed like giants, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The road was narrow and full of sharp turns, and the further I went, the thicker the fog became. At first, it was just eerie. I told myself it was nothing, just another spooky forest at night. But then I heard it. A scream. It wasn't just any scream. It was the kind of sound that makes your blood run cold. High-pitched, desperate, and raw with terror. It cut through the hum of my engine like a knife. I slowed down, my heart hammering in my chest. The scream came again, louder this time, echoing through the trees. I grabbed my CB radio, but all I got was static. No signal out here. I pulled the truck to the side of the road, cutting the engine. The silence that followed was deafening, except for the sound of my own breathing. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the cab, my boots crunching against the gravel. The air was cold and damp, and the fog seemed to press in closer with every step. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone out there?" Nothing. Then the scream came again, so close it felt like it was right behind me. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the trees. The beam barely cut through the fog, but I could see movement, shadows darting between the trunks. I tried to tell myself it was animals, maybe deer or coyotes. But deep down, I knew better. No animal moves like that. "Hey," I yelled, gripping the flashlight tighter. "If you need help, just say something." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, out of the fog, I saw them. At first, I thought it was a person. They were dragging someone, through the trees. The figure was tall and hunched, its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. The thing it was dragging screamed again, a blood-curdling cry that made every hair on my body stand on end. It was a man, thrashing and kicking, his face pale with terror. His eyes locked onto mine for a split second before the figure yanked him deeper into the woods. "Stop," I shouted, running toward them without thinking. "Let him go." I barely made it a few steps before more shadows emerged from the fog. 3, 4, 5 of them. All tall, all hunched, their glowing eyes fixed on me. They moved in unison, their heads tilting at odd angles as if they were studying me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. They weren't human. Not even close. The creatures were covered in patchy fur, their faces twisted and elongated like something caught between man and beast. Their mouths were full of sharp, uneven teeth, and their hands ended in claws that gleamed in the flashlight's beam. One of them let out a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate in my chest. I took a step back, then another. The creatures didn't follow. Instead, they turned and disappeared into the fog, dragging the screaming man with them. I stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. My instincts screamed at me to run, to get back in the truck and drive as far as I could. But I couldn't just leave that guy. Not without trying to help. I took a deep breath and followed the direction they'd gone, my flashlight cutting weakly through the fog. The forest felt alive, the trees creaking and groaning as if they were watching me. Every step I took felt heavier than the last, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and rot. I found the trail they'd left easily enough, deep claw marks in the dirt, broken branches and blood. The screams had stopped, replaced by a sickening, wet sound I didn't want to think about. My stomach churned, but I kept going. Then I saw it. A clearing opened up ahead, bathed in an unnatural, dim light. In the center was a large, ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisting like serpents. The creatures were gathered around it, their hunched forms silhouetted against the glow. They were chanting, not words exactly, but guttural, otherworldly sounds that made my skin crawl. The man was tied to the tree, his body limp. Blood dripped from his arms and legs, pooling at the base of the trunk. One of the creatures stepped forward, holding something in its claws, a jagged stone, dark and glistening. It raised the stone high, its chanting growing louder. "No," I shouted, stepping into the clearing. I didn't know what I was thinking. Maybe I wasn't thinking at all. I just knew I couldn't stand there and do nothing. The creatures froze, their glowing eyes snapping to me. The one with the stone let out an ear-splitting shriek, and suddenly they were all coming at me. I ran. Branches whipped against my face as I tore through the forest, the creatures crashing through the undergrowth behind me. Their snarls and growls echoed in the fog, closing in with every step. I could feel the ground shifting beneath me, the roots seeming to grab at my boots. My lungs burned, but I didn't dare stop. I burst back onto the road, my truck looming like a beacon in the fog. I didn't look back. I just climbed into the cab, slamming the door and locking it. The creatures hit the truck seconds later, their claws scraping against the metal. I started the engine, my hands shaking so badly. It took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. The truck roared to life, and I slammed on the gas. The wheels spun for a moment before catching, and the rig lurched forward. One of the creatures jumped onto the hood, its glowing eyes staring through the windshield. I swerved, trying to shake it off, but it clung on, its claws digging into the metal. I grabbed a wrench from the passenger seat and swung it through the open window, smashing it against the creature's head. It let out a howl and fell to the ground, disappearing into the fog as the truck sped away. I didn't stop driving until I hit a well-lit gas station miles down the road. My hands were still shaking as I climbed out of the cab, my heart pounding like a drum. The side of the truck was covered in deep claw marks, and the hood was dented where the creature had landed. I never found out what happened to that man, or what those creatures were. I called the local authorities, but when they searched the area, they didn't find anything. No blood, no bodies, no ancient tree. Just an empty forest. I've avoided that part of Pennsylvania ever since. And if you're ever driving through a lonely stretch of road and hear screams coming from the woods, do yourself a favor. Don't stop. Whatever's out there isn't human, and it doesn't want to be found. Story 8. My name is Ben, and I've spent most of my life on the road. You name the route, I've driven it. The long stretches of Texas heat, the icy mountain passes of Colorado, even the swamps of Louisiana. But one run through the upper Midwest, what I now call the Wendigo route, nearly cost me everything. It was late February, and a blizzard was rolling through northern Minnesota. I'd been hired to haul a load of food supplies to a remote town near the Canadian border. A storm warning was in effect, but the dispatcher said the delivery was critical, and the pay was good enough that I couldn't say no. I figured it wouldn't be anything worse than I'd driven through before. Turns out I couldn't have been more wrong. The snow started as a light dusting, swirling lazily in my headlights as I rolled along the empty highway. By the time I reached the forested stretch of road, it had thickened into a wall of white. The wind howled like a living thing, battering the rig and rattling the trailer. Visibility dropped to almost nothing, but I pressed on. Stopping out here in the middle of nowhere wasn't an option. The first sign of trouble came about 50 miles from the drop-off point. A deer darted out in front of me, its body nothing more than a shadow against the snow. I hit the brakes hard and the rig skidded, the trailer fishtailing on the icy road. My heart raced as I fought the wheel, finally bringing the truck to a stop just inches from the animal. It stood there, staring at me with wide, glassy eyes, its breath visible in the freezing air. Something wasn't right about it. Its fur was patchy, its ribs sticking out like it hadn't eaten in weeks. But what really got me were its eyes. They weren't just frightened, they looked wrong. Too human. Then it bolted, disappearing into the trees. I shook it off and got back on the road, telling myself it was just the stress of the storm playing tricks on me. But the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. About 20 minutes later, I saw something else, a figure standing on the side of the road, barely visible in the snow. At first, I thought it was a person. Maybe someone stranded or looking for help. But as I got closer, the figure didn't move. It just stood there watching me. I slowed down, my headlights catching it in full view. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and gaunt with limbs that were too long for its body. Its skin was as pale as the snow, and its face, it didn't have a face. Just a smooth, blank surface where its features should have been. My blood ran cold. I floored the gas, the engine roaring as I sped past it. In my mirror, the figure didn't move. It just turned its head, following me with that featureless void. By the time I reached a rest stop about 15 miles from the drop-off, the snow was coming down so hard I could barely see a few feet in front of me. I decided to pull over and wait for the storm to ease up. The place was empty, the parking lot buried under fresh snow. I parked near the edge of the lot, leaving the engine running for warmth, and settled in for what I hoped would be a short wait. I'd barely closed my eyes when I heard it, a scratching sound, faint at first but growing louder. It was coming from the trailer. My first thought was that something had gotten inside, maybe that deer from earlier. Grabbing my flashlight, I climbed out of the cab and into the freezing wind. The scratching stopped the moment my boots hit the snow. I walked around to the back of the trailer, my breath fogging in the icy air. The snow muffled everything, making the world feel eerily silent. The doors to the trailer were closed, but the lock was gone, like something had snapped it clean off. My gut told me to turn around, to get back in the truck and drive until I hit civilization. But curiosity, or stupidity, got the better of me. I opened the doors. The flashlight beam swept over crates and pallets, the same as when I'd loaded up back in the city. Everything looked normal. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, laughing at myself for getting spooked. Then something moved in the shadows. It was fast, so fast I barely saw it. Just a blur of pale skin and long limbs, darting behind the crates. I stumbled back, my flashlight shaking in my hand. "Hey," I shouted, more out of fear than anything. "Who's in there?" No response. Just the sound of something breathing. Heavy, raspy breaths that sent chills down my spine. I climbed into the trailer, my boots crunching on the icy floor. "Come out," I demanded, my voice echoing off the metal walls. The breathing stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. Then it lunged. The thing was on me before I could react, its claws tearing into my jacket. Its face, or lack of one, was inches from mine, and the stench of decay filled my nose. I swung the flashlight as hard as I could, catching it in the side of the head. It let out a screech, high-pitched and unnatural, and staggered back. I didn't wait to see if it recovered. I scrambled out of the trailer, slamming the doors shut behind me. My heart was pounding as I ran back to the cab, throwing it into gear and tearing out of the rest stop. The snow was relentless, the wipers barely able to keep up. I glanced in the mirrors, half expecting to see that thing chasing after me. But the road behind me was empty. For the next few miles, I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. The storm, the isolation, it was all playing tricks on my mind. But then I saw it again. The creature was standing in the middle of the road, illuminated by my high beams. Its blank face stared at me, and its body was hunched, like it was ready to pounce. I hit the horn, but it didn't move. With no other option, I swerved to avoid it, the truck skidding dangerously on the ice. The trailer swung out, and I fought to keep control, my hands gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I managed to avoid jackknifing, but when I looked back, the creature was gone. The rest of the drive was a blur. I kept the pedal to the floor, the truck groaning in protest as it fought against the storm. Every shadow in the trees, every sound in the wind felt like that thing was right behind me. When I finally reached the town, I practically fell out of the cab, my legs shaking. The guy at the drop-off took one look at me and asked if I was okay. I didn't answer. I just handed him the paperwork and got back in the truck, not stopping until I was miles away. To this day, I don't know what I saw out there. A Wendigo. Some other kind of cryptid. All I know is that it wasn't human. And if you're ever driving through a blizzard in the middle of nowhere, keep moving. Because if you stop, you might not make it out. Story 9. I'm Roy, and I've hauled just about everything across every state, from frozen meat to expensive electronics. But there's one trip I'll never forget, and not for the cargo or the paycheck. It's because of a hitchhiker I picked up one cold November night. I'm still not sure if I made it out alive because of sheer luck or something far more sinister. It started like any other late-night run. I was heading down a lonely stretch of highway in upstate New York, hauling a load of canned goods to a distribution center outside Albany. The road was empty, the kind of quiet that can mess with your head after too many hours behind the wheel. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of static from the CB radio. Around midnight, I saw him. A figure standing on the side of the road, illuminated by my headlights. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe some drunk staggering home, but as I got closer, I saw it was a man. He was tall and thin, wearing a hooded jacket that hung off his frame like it was a size too big. His face was pale, and his arms were limp at his sides. Something about him felt off. I slowed down, rolling the window down just a crack. "Need a ride?" I called out. He didn't answer. He just nodded once and climbed into the cab like he'd been waiting for me. Now, I've picked up my fair share of hitchhikers over the years, runaways, drifters, people down on their luck. Usually, they're eager to chat or at least offer a thanks when they hop in. But this guy, nothing. He just stared straight ahead, his hands resting in his lap. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to break the silence. He didn't answer. "Where you headed?" Still nothing. He just sat there, staring at the road like he wasn't even hearing me. I figured maybe he was shy or had some kind of speech issue, so I let it go. The guy wasn't bothering me, and the company wasn't the worst thing in the world on a lonely stretch like that. But the silence, it started to get to me. After a while, I couldn't help but glance over at him every few minutes. He wasn't moving, not even blinking as far as I could tell. His hands stayed perfectly still, his chest barely rising and falling. It was like he wasn't even breathing. The first real jolt came about an hour into the ride. I'd been driving in that hypnotic rhythm you get into late at night, the hum of the engine lulling me into a kind of trance. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a faint scraping sound. It was coming from the passenger side, like nails dragging across the inside of the door. I looked over. The hitchhiker hadn't moved. His hands were still in his lap, but his head was turned toward me now, just slightly. I couldn't see his eyes under the hood, but I could feel them on me. "Hey man, you okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. The scraping stopped. I kept driving, but my grip on the wheel tightened. The cab felt colder than it should have, like someone had cranked the /C. My breath fogged the windshield, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. That's when I saw it. A small dark stain spreading across the seat where the hitchhiker was sitting. At first, I thought it was water or maybe oil, but then the smell hit me, coppery, sharp, unmistakable. Blood. Jesus Christ, I muttered, pulling the truck over to the side of the road. I turned to him, my heart pounding. "Are you hurt?" "What's going on?" He didn't move. Didn't speak. Just sat there, that dark stain growing larger beneath him. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched his shoulder. It was ice cold. And that's when I saw it, the faint outline of his face under the hood. His skin wasn't pale, it was gray. His lips were cracked, and his eyes were nothing but dark, empty sockets. I yanked my hand back like I'd been burned, stumbling out of the cab and into the freezing night air. My boots crunched on the gravel as I backed away, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers numb with fear, but when I turned back to the truck, the passenger seat was empty. The door was still closed, the cab dark and silent. No hitchhiker. No blood. Just nothing. I told myself it was stress, fatigue, maybe even a hallucination. I climbed back into the truck, locked the doors and floored it, desperate to put as much distance between me and whatever the heck that was. But the nightmare wasn't over. About 5 miles down the road, the radio crackled to life. At first it was just static, but then I heard it, a low, guttural whisper. It was faint, almost like the wind, but it was there. My name. Roy. I slammed the radio off, but the whispering didn't stop. It grew louder, more insistent, echoing in my head. Roy. Roy. I glanced in the mirror and my stomach dropped. He was there, sitting in the sleeper cab behind me. His hood was down now, revealing that hollow, lifeless face. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, just sat there watching me. I swerved, the truck lurching dangerously on the icy road. "Get out," I screamed, my voice cracking. "Get out." The hitchhiker tilted his head, his neck making a sickening crack. And then he smiled. A slow, jagged grin that stretched across his face like his skin was splitting open. I don't remember much after that. Just the blinding panic, the sound of tires screeching, and the truck jackknifing off the road. When I came to, the cab was on its side, the windshield shattered, snow falling through the broken windows. I crawled out, my body aching, my head spinning. The road was empty. The hitchhiker was gone. The tow truck driver who picked me up didn't say much, but I caught the look in his eyes when I told him where I'd picked up the hitchhiker. He just shook his head and muttered something about the ghost of Route 17. I don't know if it was a ghost or something worse. All I know is that I never drive that stretch of road anymore. And if you see someone standing on the side of a lonely highway, no matter how cold or desperate they look, keep driving. because some passengers are better left behind. Story 10. I'd been driving straight through for hours, trying to make up time after a breakdown earlier in the week. It was close to midnight and the road was empty, just the way I liked it. No cars, no cops, just the hum of the tires on the asphalt and the occasional crackle of static on the CB. I was hauling a load of machinery parts to a factory in Kentucky, the kind of route I'd done 100 times before. But this night felt different. The air seemed heavier, like the world was holding its breath. About 30 miles outside a little town called Astor Ridge, I saw him. A man standing on the shoulder of the road, his thumb out, head low. His clothes were dark, almost blending into the night, and a hood covered most of his face. It was freezing out, the kind of cold that cuts through your jacket, and something about the way he stood, so still, so patient, sent a shiver down my spine. I don't normally pick up hitchhikers. Too many stories about weirdos or criminals. But something about this guy made me slow down. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe it was the way he didn't look desperate, just quiet. I rolled down the window. "You need a lift," I called out. He nodded, stepping closer to the cab. His movements were stiff, almost mechanical, like he wasn't used to walking. When he climbed in, I noticed his hands were pale, almost translucent in the dim light. He didn't say a word, just pulled the hood tighter around his face and settled into the seat. "Where you headed?" I asked, trying to break the tension. He turned his head slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of his jawline sharp, almost skeletal. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and raspy, like dry leaves scraping together. "Just a little further up." I nodded and put the truck in gear. The silence between us was thick, the kind that makes you want to fill it with meaningless chatter, but something about this guy kept me quiet. He didn't seem dangerous exactly, but there was a weight to him, like he carried the kind of sadness that could crush a man. After a few miles, I couldn't take it anymore. "Been out here long?" I asked, keeping my eyes on the road. He didn't answer. "You got family waiting for you?" I tried again. Still nothing. I glanced over at him, and that's when I noticed something odd. His hands were still resting on his knees, but they weren't shaking from the cold. They weren't moving at all. No fidgeting, no flexing. Just still. I swallowed hard and turned back to the road. "Long night, huh?" He tilted his head slightly, the hood casting deep shadows over his face. "You could say that." His voice sent a chill through me. It wasn't just low, it was hollow, like it came from somewhere deep underground. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles white against the leather. Then came the smell. Faint at first, like something rotting in a ditch. It grew stronger with each passing mile, filling the cab until I could barely breathe. I tried to crack the window, but the switch didn't respond. I glanced at him again, hoping for some kind of explanation, but he just sat there, staring straight ahead. "Something die in here," I joked weakly, hoping to lighten the mood. He didn't laugh. He didn't even move. But then, slowly, he reached up and adjusted his hood, pulling it tighter around his face. The motion was jerky, like a puppet on strings. I was about to pull over and tell him to get out when the radio crackled to life. At first it was just static, but then I heard it, a whisper, faint and distant, like a voice carried on the wind. "Danny." I slammed the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the icy road. My heart was pounding, and the hitchhiker didn't even flinch. He just sat there, his head tilted slightly, as if listening. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice shaking. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head toward me, the hood slipping just enough to reveal his face. Or what was left of it. Where his eyes should have been, there were only hollow sockets, dark and endless. His skin was stretched tight over sharp bones, his lips cracked and bloodless. But it was his mouth that terrified me the most. It didn't move when he spoke. "You shouldn't have stopped," he said, the voice coming from somewhere deep inside him. I froze, my mind racing. The air in the cab felt thick, suffocating. The smell of rot was overwhelming now, and the shadows seemed to crawl across the dashboard like living things. I don't know what instinct kicked in, but I slammed the truck into gear and floored it. The hitchhiker didn't move, didn't react, just kept staring at me with those empty sockets. The faster I drove, the more the cab seemed to darken, the headlights barely cutting through the night. "Get out," I screamed, my voice cracking. "Get out of my truck." He leaned closer, his face inches from mine. "It's too late." Suddenly, the radio burst to life again, the whispers turning into screams, my voice echoing back at me. Danny, help me." It was like hearing myself trapped in some horrible, endless loop. The truck started to shudder, the engine groaning as if the weight of the world was pressing down on it. I felt something clawing at my mind, a cold, invasive presence that made it hard to think, hard to breathe. In desperation, I reached for the glove compartment and grabbed the tire iron I kept there. Without thinking, I swung it at the hitchhiker, the metal passing through him like he was made of smoke. He laughed, a low, guttural sound that made my stomach turn. The road ahead disappeared, swallowed by darkness. I could feel the truck drifting, the tires skidding on what felt like ice. The hitchhiker's face was everywhere now, reflected in the windshield, the mirrors, even the glass of the dashboard dials. His hollow sockets stared back at me, unblinking, endless. And then he was gone. The cab was empty, the smell fading, the whispers dying away. The truck shuddered to a stop, the headlights illuminating an empty stretch of road. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely grip the wheel. I sat there for what felt like hours, staring at the road, waiting for him to reappear. But he didn't. When I finally worked up the courage to step out of the cab, I found myself standing in the middle of nowhere, the cold biting at my skin. There were no other cars, no signs of life, just the endless black of the Appalachian night. When I climbed back into the cab, I noticed something on the passenger seat. A scrap of fabric, dark and frayed, reeking of decay. I threw it out the window and drove until dawn, never looking back. I don't know what I picked up that night, but it wasn't human. If you ever see someone standing on the side of a lonely road, hood pulled tight, face hidden, don't stop. Some rides aren't worth the cost. Story 11. I'm Bill, and I've been driving rigs for over 15 years, crisscrossing the country on routes that most folks would avoid. It's a lonely job, but I like it that way. At least I used to. It was late November, the air cold enough to frost the inside of my cab if I killed the heat for too long. I just finished a delivery in St. Louis and was cutting through a stretch of rural highway in Tennessee on my way to Georgia. The road was empty, pitch black, except for the truck's headlights carving out a path in front of me. The first time I saw her, she was just a blur on the side of the road. I caught her in my peripheral vision, a woman, thin and hunched over, with hair matted against her face. By the time I slowed down enough to process what I'd seen, I was already a few hundred feet past her. I don't normally pick up hitchhikers. Too many risks, too many horror stories. But there was something about the way she stood there, arms wrapped tight around herself like she was holding herself together, that made me feel like I had to stop. I pulled the rig to the shoulder and waited. She came into view a moment later, moving fast like she was afraid I might change my mind. She was wearing a thin hospital gown, torn and dirty, with bare feet crusted in mud. Her face was pale, gaunt, and her eyes darted nervously toward the woods as she approached the cab. I rolled the window down a crack. "You okay?" She nodded, trembling. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. "They're coming." Something about the way she said it made my skin crawl. I looked past her, toward the dark expanse of trees lining the road. There was nothing there, just shadows and the faint rustling of leaves. "Who's coming?" I asked, but she just shook her head. "Please," she repeated. "I can't stay out here." Against my better judgment, I reached over and unlocked the door. She climbed in, curling into herself like she was trying to disappear. I cranked the heat and she sighed, closing her eyes for a moment as the warmth hit her. "What's your name?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "Becca," she said after a pause. Her voice was hoarse, like she hadn't used it in days. "Thank you." I nodded and eased the truck back onto the road. For a while, neither of us spoke. I could feel her eyes on me, though, sharp and unblinking, like she was sizing me up. "You want to tell me what's going on?" I asked eventually. She hesitated. "I escaped," she said, her voice cracking. "From the asylum." I glanced at her, trying to hide my shock. "The asylum? You mean like a mental hospital?" Her hands twisted in her lap, fingers tugging at the frayed edges of her gown. "It's not what you think," she said, her voice trembling. "They're not doctors." "Not really. They do things to people." Her words sent a chill down my spine. "What kind of things?" She didn't answer right away. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Experiments. Tests. I saw them, cutting people open, putting things in them, changing them. I wanted to write it off as paranoia, some kind of delusion. But there was something about the way she spoke, the raw fear in her voice, that made it hard to dismiss. "They'll come for me," she said, her gaze flicking toward the rearview mirror. "They always come." As if on cue, the radio crackled to life, spitting static that quickly morphed into garbled voices. I frowned and reached for the dial, but the static only grew louder. Becca tensed beside me, her eyes wide. "They are here," she whispered. Before I could respond, the headlights illuminated something up ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt just feet away from the man. He was dressed in a lab coat, his face pale and expressionless. "Stay here," I told Becca, grabbing the tire iron from under the seat. I climbed out of the cab, the cold air biting at my skin. "Hey," I called out, my voice echoing across the empty highway. "What the heck are you doing?" The man didn't move, didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on the truck, unblinking. "Move," I shouted, my grip tightening on the tire iron. He took a step forward, and that's when I saw it, something dark and wet glistening on his hands. Blood. Before I could react, Becca screamed. I turned just in time to see her yanked from the cab by another man in a lab coat. She fought like hell, kicking and scratching, but he was strong, dragging her toward the woods with ease. "Let her go," I roared, charging toward them. The man turned to face me, and I froze. His eyes were wrong. Too large, too dark, like a predator's. His mouth twisted into a grin, revealing teeth that were jagged and too many. Becca clawed at his arms, her voice raw with desperation. "Don't let them take me." I swung the tire iron with all my strength, catching him in the side of the head. He stumbled, his grip loosening just enough for Becca to break free. "Run," I shouted, shoving her toward the truck. We scrambled inside, slamming the doors just as the men reached us. Their faces pressed against the windows, distorted and inhuman, their teeth gnashing against the glass. I threw the truck into gear and floored it, the engine roaring as we tore down the highway. For a moment, I thought we'd made it. But then the radio crackled again, and the garbled voices turned into a deafening roar. The headlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to twist and writhe like living things. "They're in the truck," Becca whispered, her voice shaking. I didn't want to believe her, but the air in the cab felt heavier, colder. A faint, metallic smell filled my nostrils, and my chest tightened as if something unseen was pressing down on me. "Hold on," I growled, gripping the wheel as the truck began to shudder. The road blurred, the trees warping into twisted shapes that seemed to reach for us. Becca clung to the seat, her eyes wide with terror. "They won't stop," she said. "Not until they have me." "Why?" I demanded. "What do they want?" She hesitated, her face pale. "I'm not normal," she admitted. "They made me something else." Before I could process her words, the truck jolted violently, the windshield spiderwebbing as something slammed into it. A shadowy figure clung to the hood, its face pressed against the glass. Its eyes were black voids, its mouth stretching impossibly wide. "Hold on," I shouted, swerving wildly. The figure slid off, disappearing into the darkness, but the truck continued to shudder, the air thick with static and whispers. Becca screamed as the shadows closed in, her voice blending with the unnatural sounds that filled the cab. Desperate, I yanked the wheel hard, sending the truck skidding off the road and into a ditch. The impact was brutal. The windshield shattered, and the cab filled with smoke and dust. I groaned, my vision swimming as I fought to stay conscious. Becca was slumped against the door, blood trickling from a gash on her forehead. The whispers were louder now, closing in from all sides. I reached for Becca, shaking her awake. "We have to move," I rasped. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Together, we stumbled out of the wreckage, the cold night air biting at our skin. The shadows loomed around us, shifting and writhing, but we ran, our footsteps echoing across the empty field. Behind us, the truck exploded in a deafening roar, the light briefly illuminating the twisted figures that pursued us. Becca grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the tree line. "They won't follow us there," she said, her voice trembling. I didn't question her. We ran until my lungs burned, until the whispers faded into silence. When we finally stopped, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath. Becca knelt beside me, her face pale but determined. "Thank you," she said softly. Before I could respond, she stood and disappeared into the woods, leaving me alone in the cold, dark night. I never saw her again, but I still dream of those shadows, those eyes that weren't human. If you're ever out on the road and you see someone in need, think twice before you stop. Some people aren't running from monsters. They are the monsters. Story 12. I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road. Lights in the sky, shadowy figures darting across highways in the dead of night. But nothing compares to what happened last fall. It was late October, and I was hauling a load of building supplies from Minneapolis to Denver. The night was crisp, the stars sharp pinpricks against the dark sky, and the road stretched out like a ribbon of black velvet ahead of me. The first time I saw him, I thought nothing of it. Just a hitchhiker standing by the side of the road, his thumb outstretched and his shoulders hunched against the cold. He looked harmless enough, a wiry man with a hood pulled up over his head and a duffel bag slung over one shoulder. Normally, I wouldn't stop. There are rules about picking up strangers, and I'm not the kind of guy who likes company on these long hauls. But something about him caught my attention. Maybe it was the way he stood there, perfectly still, like he'd been waiting for me specifically. Against my better judgment, I pulled over and leaned across the cab to roll down the window. "Where you headed?" I asked. "Anywhere," he replied. His voice was low and flat, almost mechanical, like he was forcing himself to speak. I hesitated. The guy gave me the creeps, but I figured it was just my imagination. The nights can get lonely out there, and sometimes your mind plays tricks on you. "Hop in," I said finally. "I'm headed west." He climbed into the passenger seat without a word and set his bag on the floor. The cab felt colder with him inside, like he dragged the chill of the night in with him. I tried to shake it off. "Name's Dale," I said, extending a hand. "You," he didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head to look at me, and that's when I realized I couldn't see his face. The shadow of the hood swallowed everything but the faintest glint where his eyes should have been. It made my skin crawl, but I forced a laugh. "Not much of a talker, huh?" "That's fine by me." The next hour passed in silence, except for the hum of the engine and the crackle of static on the CB radio. I kept stealing glances at him, hoping he'd say something, do something, but he just sat there, hands folded neatly in his lap, staring straight ahead. When we reached a gas station just outside of Sioux Falls, I pulled in to refuel. "You want anything?" I asked, half hoping he'd decline. He didn't answer. When I turned to look at him, he was gone. The passenger seat was empty, the door closed. I stepped out of the cab and looked around, but there was no sign of him, no footprints in the dirt, no shadow disappearing into the night. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. I should have been relieved, but all I felt was unease. Something about the way he'd disappeared didn't sit right with me. I shook it off, chalking it up to exhaustion, and got back on the road. But the feeling didn't go away. The first time I saw him again was about 30 miles outside of Sioux Falls. I caught a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror, sitting in the back of the cab like he'd been there the whole time. My heart nearly stopped. I swerved, the truck lurching dangerously close to the guardrail, and when I looked back, he was gone. I told myself it wasn't real, that it had to be a trick of the light or my tired eyes playing games. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Every time I checked the mirror, he was there, sitting perfectly still, his hood drawn low over his face. He never spoke, never moved, just stared. By the fourth night, I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled into a rest stop and killed the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty cab. There was no answer, but I felt a presence, something heavy and oppressive pressing down on me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and the air around me grew cold. I turned slowly, my breath hitching in my throat, and there he was, sitting in the passenger seat, his hood still hiding his face. "What do you want from me?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He leaned forward, and for the first time, I caught a glimpse of his face, or what should have been his face. The hood fell back slightly, revealing smooth, featureless skin where his eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. It was like staring at a mannequin, only worse. I scrambled out of the cab, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The cold night air bit at my skin, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. I stood there, staring up at the truck, half expecting him to follow me, but the cab was empty. I climbed back in, my hands trembling as I gripped the wheel and started the engine. I just needed to make it to Denver. After that, I swore I'd take some time off. Maybe even find a new line of work. But he wasn't done with me yet. The next night, I stopped at a diner just outside of Cheyenne, hoping a hot meal and a strong cup of coffee would calm my nerves. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of truckers hunched over their plates and a waitress who looked like she hadn't slept in days. I took a seat at the counter, ordered a burger and fries, and tried not to think about him. Halfway through my meal, I felt that same heavy presence, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I turned slowly, my heart hammering in my chest, and there he was, sitting at a booth in the corner, his hood pulled low over his face. I bolted out of the diner without paying, the waitress shouting after me as I ran to my truck. I didn't care. All I could think about was getting as far away from him as possible. The drive to Denver was the longest of my life. Every time I checked the mirror, he was there, sitting silently in the back of the cab. By the time I reached the city limits, I was on the verge of a breakdown. I pulled into the first lot I could find, parked the truck, and stumbled out onto the pavement. "I'm done," I muttered to myself. "I'm done." But as I turned to look back at the truck, I saw him. Standing by the driver's side door, his hood still hiding his face. "No," I whispered, backing away. "Leave me alone." He didn't move, didn't speak. Just stood there watching me. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, but when I finally looked again, he was gone. The truck was empty. It's been 6 months since that night, and I haven't driven a rig since. I took a job at a warehouse, moving freight instead of hauling it. It doesn't pay as well, but at least I sleep at night. Sometimes, though, I still see him. In reflections, in the shadows of my apartment, in the corner of my eye. I don't know what he is or what he wants, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never be rid of him. He's a hitchhiker that never left, a passenger that doesn't belong. If you're out on the road and see someone with a hood pulled low over their face, do yourself a favor, don't stop. Keep driving, and don't look back. Story 13. My name is Hank Lawson, and I've driven through blizzards, tornado warnings, and stretches of road so desolate they felt like the end of the world. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for the job I picked up last winter. To this day, I can't get the whispers out of my head, and I haven't set foot in a truck since. It started with a phone call, late on a Monday night. I was parked at a diner outside Billings, Montana, eating my usual meatloaf and mashed potatoes, when my dispatcher called. He told me there was a rush job, high pay, and it had to be done overnight. A refrigerated trailer needed hauling from a warehouse in Helena to a facility in Salt Lake City. "What's in it?" I asked, more curious than cautious. "Sensitive medical cargo," he replied, his voice tight. "Time critical. Medical freight wasn't unusual and the money was good, too good to pass up." I agreed, finished my dinner, and headed to the warehouse. The place was eerie, tucked away in an industrial park with barely any lights on. When I pulled up, a man in a lab coat came out to meet me. He had a clipboard in one hand and a nervous look in his eyes. "You're the driver?" he asked, his voice almost drowned out by the hum of the refrigeration units. "Yeah," I replied, glancing at the massive white trailer behind him. It looked brand new, spotless, and the chill rolling off. It was enough to make me shiver even in my heavy jacket. "What's the cargo?" The man hesitated, then said, "It's anatomical specimens." "You know, for research." That should have been my first red flag. I'd hauled all sorts of things over the years, but something about the way he avoided my eyes made my stomach churn. Still, money was money, and I didn't ask any more questions. He handed me the paperwork, checked my rig, and watched as I hooked up the trailer. Before I left, he grabbed my arm. "Whatever you do," he said, his voice trembling, "don't open it. The temperature has to stay constant, or the specimens will be compromised." I nodded, pulling my arm free. "Got it. Keep it sealed." The first few hours of the drive were uneventful. The roads were slick with ice, but my rig handled it fine, and the highway was empty. I had the radio on low, just static and the occasional country song cutting through. But as the miles ticked by, I started to feel uneasy. It began with a sound. At first, I thought it was the trailer shifting, a soft creak, like metal under strain. But it didn't stop. The creaking turned into a faint rustling, like something moving inside. I tightened my grip on the wheel, and told myself it was just the cargo settling. Then I heard the whisper. It was so faint I thought I'd imagined it at first. A soft, sibilant sound that seemed to come from behind me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but the cab was empty. The whisper came again, clearer this time, a single word. Hank. I nearly swerved off the road. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the mirrors again, but there was nothing there. I turned off the radio, straining to listen, but all I could hear was the hum of the engine and the steady whine of the tires on asphalt. An hour later, the whispers started again. They were louder now, overlapping voices that seemed to echo inside my skull. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the sound made my skin crawl. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, that it was just my imagination. But deep down, I knew better. I stopped at a rest area outside Idaho Falls, desperate for a break. The place was deserted, the kind of lonely truck stop where the only light comes from a flickering neon sign. I climbed out of the cab, the cold air hitting me like a slap, and stood there, staring at the trailer. The frost on its side seemed thicker now, creeping like veins across the white surface. "Get a grip," I muttered, rubbing my temples. But as I turned to climb back into the cab, I saw something, or thought I did. A shadow moved across the frost-covered surface, just for a second, like someone was inside the trailer. I froze, my breath fogging in the air. "Hello," I called, my voice shaky. There was no answer, just the low hum of the refrigeration unit. I grabbed a flashlight from the cab and walked around the trailer, shining the beam over its surface. Nothing. No dents, no scratches, no sign that anyone or anything was inside. I climbed back into the truck, my hands trembling as I gripped the wheel. I just had to make it to Salt Lake, I told myself. A few more hours, and this nightmare would be over. But the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, more insistent, until it felt like they were coming from inside the cab. At one point, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw something that made my blood run cold. A handprint smeared across the inside of the windshield. It was faint, almost translucent, like it had been left by frost. But it was there, clear as day. I slammed on the brakes, my rig skidding to a stop on the icy road. The whispers fell silent, and for a moment, the only sound was the pounding of my heart. I sat there, staring at the handprint, afraid to move. Then the trailer door rattled. It wasn't a soft creak this time. It was a sharp, violent thud, like someone, or something, was trying to get out. I jumped out of the cab, flashlight in hand, and ran to the back of the trailer. The padlock was still in place, the door sealed tight, but the metal was dented, as if something had slammed against it from the inside. I didn't dare open it. Instead, I climbed back into the cab and gunned the engine, desperate to get moving. The whispers started again almost immediately, louder now, almost like they were angry. I turned up the radio, trying to drown them out, but it didn't help. The voices were inside my head, clawing at my sanity. By the time I reached Salt Lake City, I was barely holding it together. I pulled into the facility, my hands shaking as I unhooked the trailer. The man who greeted me looked just as uneasy as the one back in Helena. "You made it," he said, his voice clipped. "Any issues?" I wanted to scream at him, to demand answers, but all I could manage was a shaky nod. He handed me an envelope full of cash and waved me off without another word. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The trailer was gone, but the whispers remained. They were softer now, almost like a sigh, but they were still there. I haven't driven since that night. Every now and then, I'll catch a faint whisper in the quiet of my apartment, or see a handprint on the fogged-up mirror in my bathroom. I don't know what was in that trailer, and I don't want to know. All I know is this: If someone offers you a job hauling sensitive medical cargo, say no. Some things aren't meant to be moved. Some things should be left to rot, forgotten in the dark. Story 14. I've been driving trucks since I was 21. That's nearly 15 years of lonely highways, greasy diners, and quiet rest stops. But there's one stop I'll never forget, a place off Route 16 in Wyoming. If you ever pass through there, do yourself a favor, keep driving. It was a freezing December night, the kind where the cold feels alive, like it's crawling through your skin. I was hauling a load of lumber from Seattle to Denver, running behind schedule thanks to a bad storm earlier in the day. My rig was handling fine, but I was dead tired. Every mile felt heavier, like my eyelids might just slam shut and take me with them. When I saw the sign for a rest area ahead, I didn't think twice. The place was quiet, barely lit except for a single flickering light near the bathrooms. There were no other vehicles, just me and the open lot surrounded by thick trees. I parked as close to the light as I could, locked up, and made my way to the restroom. Inside, it was colder than outside, the air damp and stale. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, casting weird shadows on the cracked tiles. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake the weariness. That's when I noticed the first strange thing, a soft humming, faint but unmistakable. It was coming from somewhere outside. I stood there for a moment listening. It sounded like a woman, humming a tune that was oddly familiar but just out of reach. Curious, I dried my hands and stepped back outside. The humming was clearer now, drifting through the cold air like it was beckoning me. My breath fogged in front of me as I scanned the lot, but I didn't see anyone. Then I spotted her. She was standing at the edge of the lot, right where the asphalt met the dark line of trees. Her back was to me, and she was wearing a thin white dress that fluttered in the icy wind. Everything about her felt wrong. She wasn't shivering, wasn't moving, just standing there like she was waiting for something. For me, "Hey," I called out. "You okay?" She didn't answer. She didn't even flinch. The humming continued, soft and haunting, wrapping itself around me like a web. Every instinct told me to get back in my truck and leave, but something about her kept me rooted to the spot. Maybe it was guilt, I mean. What kind of person leaves someone out here in the middle of nowhere? I took a few steps closer, calling out again. "Do you need help?" She turned her head slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of her profile. Her skin was pale, almost gray in the dim light, and her eyes, I don't know how to describe them. They didn't look human, just dark and empty, like staring into a bottomless pit. My stomach twisted and my breath caught in my throat. The humming stopped. The silence was so sudden and complete, it felt like the world had been muted. I wanted to back away, to run to my truck, but my legs wouldn't move. She turned fully then, facing me with a smile that was too wide, too sharp. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. And then she pointed, a slow, deliberate motion toward the woods. Something about the gesture snapped me out of my trance. I stumbled back, muttering an apology, and practically sprinted to my truck. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the keys twice before I managed to get the door open. I slammed it shut and locked it, breathing hard, my eyes glued to the spot where she'd been. She was gone. The lot was empty, just as still and quiet as when I'd arrived. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined the whole thing, that exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Then I heard it, the humming, louder now, coming from the woods. It wasn't just a single voice anymore. There were others, layered and discordant, like a twisted choir. I threw the truck into gear, desperate to get out of there. But as I pulled onto the highway, something caught my eye in the mirror. She was standing at the edge of the lot, her white dress glowing faintly in the dark. And she wasn't alone. Shadows moved behind her, figures emerging from the trees, their shapes barely human. They didn't follow me, just stood there watching as I sped away. I drove for miles, my knuckles white on the wheel, but the unease didn't fade. The humming had stopped, but I could still feel it, like it was imprinted on my skin. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see her standing in the middle of the road. Every shadow on the shoulder made my heart race. I didn't stop again until I reached a truck stop outside Cheyenne. It was bright and crowded, a stark contrast to the nightmare I just escaped. I parked under the lights and sat there for a while, trying to calm down. When I finally stepped out of the cab, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was frost on the passenger side window, even though the heater had been blasting the entire drive. And etched into the frost, clear as day, was a single word: come. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed at the truck stop until dawn, the lights and noise my only comfort. I thought about reporting what I'd seen, but who would believe me? A ghost. A group of shadowy figures. They'd write me off as some sleep-deprived trucker with an overactive imagination. But I know what I saw. And I know what I felt. Whatever was at that rest stop, it wasn't human, and it wasn't harmless. If I'd followed her into those woods, I don't think I'd be here to tell this story. So if you're ever driving down Route 16 and you see the sign for that rest area, do yourself a favor, keep driving. Don't stop, don't look, and whatever you do, don't follow the humming. Some invitations should never be accepted. Story 15. I've seen a lot out there on the road: accidents, wildlife darting out of nowhere. Even the occasional UFO sighting someone swears is real. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I encountered one foggy night on Highway 41. If you've ever heard someone mention the highway children, listen to them. Don't stop. Don't look. Just keep driving. It started like any other long haul. I'd picked up a load of appliances in Michigan, heading south to Tennessee. I wasn't in a rush, but it was late, and the highway was quiet. A low fog clung to the road, swirling around the tires like ghostly fingers. My headlights barely cut through it, and the hum of my engine was the only sound for miles. I'd been driving for hours and needed a break. There wasn't much out there, just endless stretches of woods on either side, so I figured I'd pull over at the next rest area or wide shoulder to stretch my legs. That's when I saw them, the first two figures standing on the side of the road. They were small, too small to be adults. Kids, I thought, though it didn't make sense. What would kids be doing out here this late at night? As I got closer, I could make out more details. They were pale, their clothes tattered like they'd been running through the woods for days. One of them raised a hand, waving weakly. The other just stared, unblinking. I slowed down, instinct kicking in. What if they were lost? What if they needed help? But as I rolled closer, a cold wave of unease washed over me. There was something off. Their faces were too still, their expressions too blank. The one waving lowered their hand and pointed, directing me to the shoulder ahead. I almost stopped. Almost. But then I saw the others. More kids appeared in the fog, stepping out from the trees. There had to be at least a dozen of them, their heads tilted at odd angles, eyes glinting in the faint glow of my headlights. They moved together, too smoothly, too silently, like they weren't walking at all. One of them pressed their hand to the side of their face, mimicking a phone, like they were begging me to call for help. My foot hovered over the brake, and that's when I heard it, a soft tapping. At first, I thought it was the engine or maybe a branch hitting the side of the trailer, but then it came again, sharper this time. It was coming from the passenger side window. I whipped my head around and froze. There was a face staring back at me, pale and distorted through the fogged-up glass. It was one of the kids, but how had they gotten there so fast? I hadn't stopped. They couldn't have kept up. And then I saw their mouth. It was moving, whispering something I couldn't hear. Their hand pressed flat against the glass, and for the first time in my life, I felt true, bone-deep terror. I slammed my foot on the gas, not caring about the speed limit or the kids standing in the road. I expected to feel a bump, to hear a thud as the tires hit something, but there was nothing. Just the scream of the engine as I tore down the highway, my heart hammering in my chest. The tapping stopped, but the unease didn't. My mirrors showed nothing but fog and empty asphalt, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I reached for the radio, needing some kind of noise to drown out the silence, but all I got was static. A voice crackled through for a split second, garbled and faint. I thought I heard a child's laugh, but it cut off before I could be sure. That's when the cab lights flickered. It was just a quick flash, but it was enough to make me grip the wheel tighter. The radio hissed again, and this time I heard it clearly. A whisper, faint but unmistakable, stopped the truck. I yelled something, probably a string of curses, but kept my foot planted on the gas. Whatever this was, I wasn't sticking around to find out. But the lights flickered again, and the engine sputtered, the rig lurching as if it were struggling against some unseen force. The whisper came back, louder this time. "Stop the truck! No way in hell!" I shouted, slamming the dash with my fist. But then I saw them again, in the middle of the road. The children were standing in a perfect line, blocking both lanes. Their heads tilted in unison as I approached, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. I leaned on the horn, hoping the sound would scatter them, but they didn't move. Not an inch. It was like they were daring me to hit them. I swerved hard, the trailer skidding as I veered onto the shoulder. The rig groaned, and for a moment I thought it might tip, but I managed to steady it. When I looked back in the mirror, the road was empty again. I didn't stop. I couldn't. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight, but I forced myself to keep going. The fog thickened, swallowing the road, and the whispers grew louder, filling the cab like a chorus. "Stop the truck. Let us in." I didn't realize I was crying until I felt the tears freezing on my cheeks. The air inside the cab had turned icy, my breath visible in front of me. And then the worst thing happened. The engine died. The truck coasted to a stop, the silence deafening. I fumbled with the keys, trying to restart it, but it wouldn't turn over. The lights dimmed, and the radio let out one last burst of static before cutting out completely. That's when I heard the tapping again. It came from all sides now, soft but insistent, like tiny hands drumming against the glass. I looked around, my chest tightening as the pale faces pressed against the windows, their empty eyes staring in at me. Their mouths moved in unison, whispering words I couldn't hear. One of them climbed onto the hood, their hands smearing frost across the windshield. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the flashlight from the console and swung open the driver's side door. The cold hit me like a slap, but I didn't care. I jumped out, the flashlight beam cutting through the fog. The kids scattered, retreating into the trees, but their whispers didn't stop. They echoed all around me, growing louder and more frantic. "Let us in. Please, let us in." I climbed back into the cab and locked the doors, my hands numb as I fumbled with the keys again. This time, the engine roared to life, and I didn't waste a second. I threw the rig into gear and sped down the highway, not caring where it took me as long as it was far away from them. The fog thinned as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight chasing away the shadows. But even as I reached the next town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. I parked at a diner and stumbled inside, my legs barely holding me up. The waitress must have seen the state I was in, because she brought me a cup of coffee without asking. "You okay, hon?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. I wanted to tell her, to explain what had happened, but I knew how it would sound. Instead, I just nodded and muttered, "Long night." She didn't push, but as she walked away, I noticed a small framed newspaper clipping on the wall behind the counter. The headline sent a chill down my spine. A tragic bus crash claims lives of local children. The photo showed a twisted wreck on the side of a foggy highway, Highway 41. I paid my bill and left, not daring to look at the mirrors as I got back in the truck. I don't drive that route anymore, and I never stop for anyone on the roadside. If you see them, the highway children, do yourself a favor, don't stop. Whatever they are, whatever they want, it's nothing good. Story 16. I've got enough stories to fill a dozen bar stools. Most of them are the kind you laugh about later. Run-ins with idiot drivers, a near miss with a moose, maybe the occasional shady way station. But there's one night I don't talk about unless I've had a few too many. It's the night my rig broke down outside of nowhere, and I ended up at that damned cabin. It started like this. I was hauling a load of industrial equipment out of Duluth, heading south into Illinois. The forecast had called for rain, but what I hit was something else entirely. The storm came on fast, hard, icy rain slapping against the windshield, wind howling like it wanted to shove me off the road. My wipers were going full tilt, but I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. There wasn't another soul on that stretch of road, just endless forest and dark skies. About 10 miles past a sign that read next services. 47 miles, my dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree. The engine coughed, sputtered, and died, and before I could even process what was happening, the rig rolled to a stop on the shoulder. I tried everything, turned the key, checked the fuses, even got out to poke around under the hood. Nothing. It was as dead as a doornail. My phone had no signal, and the storm was so loud I couldn't hear my own cursing over the rain. I had no choice but to grab my flashlight and start walking. The dispatcher would probably chew me out later, but I wasn't about to freeze to death sitting in the cab. I didn't make it far before I saw it, a light, faint but steady, flickering through the trees. It wasn't the warm glow of a house or the sharp beam of a car's headlights. It was cold, bluish, and unnatural, but in that moment it felt like salvation. I figured it might be a farmhouse or a hunting lodge, something, anything with a working phone. The path to the light was rough, overgrown, and slippery from the rain. Branches clawed at my jacket, and mud sucked at my boots. I kept moving, flashlight in one hand and a wrench in the other, just in case. After about 10 minutes I found it, a cabin, small and weathered with its windows glowing faintly. It looked abandoned. Half the roof had caved in, and the front porch sagged like an old man's back. But someone had to be keeping that light on, right? I knocked. No answer. I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky from the cold and something else. There was a heaviness in the air, like the forest itself was holding its breath. When no one answered, I pushed the door open. The inside was just as decrepit as the outside. The floorboards creaked with every step, and the air smelled of mildew and rot. The light came from an old kerosene lantern hanging in the corner, its flame flickering weakly. There were no signs of anyone living there. No food, no furniture, just a pile of rotting firewood and a few broken tools. I should have left right then. Every instinct told me to get out, but the storm outside was brutal, and I figured I'd wait it out before trying to hike back to the truck. I set the lantern on the floor and sat against the wall, wrapping my jacket tighter around me. That's when I noticed the carvings. They were everywhere, on the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. Symbols I didn't recognize, spirals and jagged lines etched deep into the wood. They didn't look random. They looked deliberate, ritualistic. My flashlight beam swept across the room, and my stomach dropped when I saw the door at the back of the cabin. It was ajar, leading into pitch darkness. I told myself not to look. I told myself to stay put, to keep my eyes on the lantern and wait for dawn. But curiosity's a hell of a thing, isn't it? I stood up, flashlight trembling in my hand, and crept toward the door. The air grew colder with every step, and the smell of rot grew stronger. The back room was small, barely more than a closet, but it was enough to make me wish I'd never opened that door. The floor was covered in dried, crusty stains that I didn't need to test to know were blood. Chains hung from the ceiling, rusted and dangling like forgotten nooses. And in the center of it all was a crude wooden table, splintered and stained, with more of those symbols carved into its surface. I backed out, my breathing ragged, and slammed the door shut. Whatever had happened in that cabin, I didn't want to know. I grabbed the lantern and turned toward the front door, ready to bolt back into the storm. That's when I heard it. Scratching. It was faint at first, barely audible over the wind. But it grew louder, more insistent, like claws raking against the wood. It came from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, everywhere at once. My flashlight flickered, and the lantern dimmed, casting long, twisted shadows across the room. Then came the whispering. It wasn't English or any language I'd ever heard. It was guttural and distorted, like a dozen voices speaking in unison from underwater. The scratching grew frantic, and I realized with a sickening jolt that the sound wasn't coming from outside the cabin. It was coming from inside the walls. I bolted for the door, but it slammed shut before I could reach it. The lantern went out, plunging the room into darkness. My flashlight sputtered, the beam weak and unsteady, but it was enough to see them. Eyes. Glowing, unblinking eyes staring at me from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. They moved closer, pushing through the wood like it was water, until I could see their faces twisted, inhuman things with sharp teeth and gaping mouths. Their bodies were long and emaciated, covered in patchy, matted fur, and they crawled toward me on all fours, their limbs bending at impossible angles. I swung the wrench, blindly lashing out, and felt it connect with something solid. The creature screeched, a high-pitched wail that made my ears ring, but there were more of them, too many. They swarmed toward me, their claws scraping against the floor, their breath hot and rancid on my skin. I backed into a corner, swinging wildly, when I remembered the symbols. Those carvings, they had to mean something. I grabbed the lantern, relit it with trembling hands, and held it over one of the larger symbols on the floor. The creatures hesitated, their movements slowing as the light flared. I didn't know what I was doing, but I didn't care. I slammed the lantern down, setting the wood on fire. The flames spread quickly, catching on the rotting walls and filling the cabin with smoke. The creatures screeched and recoiled, their bodies writhing as the light consumed them. I didn't wait to see if the fire would finish the job. I grabbed my wrench, kicked the door open, and ran. The rain had stopped, but the forest was still dark and silent. I stumbled back to the highway, half expecting to hear the creatures chasing me, but they never came. My rig was right where I'd left it, and when I climbed into the cab, the engine roared to life like nothing had ever been wrong. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest truck stop, where I sat in the parking lot, shaking and staring at my hands. I don't know what I saw in that cabin. I don't want to know. But if you ever break down on Highway 67 and you see a light in the woods, do yourself a favor. Keep walking. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't go inside. Story 17. I've tried to forget it, tried to tell myself it wasn't real, but late at night, when the highway stretches dark and silent in front of me, it all comes back. It started on a stretch of road I wasn't even supposed to be on. I was coming back from delivering a load to Kansas City, cutting through the plains on my way to pick up another haul in Denver. My GPS had been acting up all day, spitting out directions that didn't make sense, and I was getting frustrated. I pulled over at a rest stop to check the map, but when I got back on the road, I must have taken a wrong turn. Before I knew it, I was on some two-lane highway I didn't recognize, with no signs and no mile markers. The farther I drove, the stranger it got. The fields on either side of the road stretched out like a black ocean, empty and featureless, except for the occasional cluster of trees. There were no other cars, no houses, no lights, just me and the hum of the engine cutting through the silence. I kept telling myself I'd hit a junction eventually, something to put me back on track, but as the miles ticked by, my nerves started to fray. Then I saw the sign. It was old and weathered, leaning crookedly by the side of the road. The paint was so faded I could barely make out the words, "Welcome to Black Hollow." Population, 782. A town. Finally, a sign of life. My truck was low on diesel, and I figured I could stop, ask for directions, maybe grab a cup of coffee. As I got closer, I could see the faint glow of lights in the distance, like the town was just waking up. But there was something off about it, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. The first thing I noticed when I rolled into Black Hollow was the silence. No cars, no voices, not even the sound of a dog barking. Just the faint creak of my tires on the cracked asphalt. The buildings looked like they'd been frozen in time, relics from the 1950s with peeling paint and faded signs. A diner, a hardware store, a gas station, all lined up along the main street like a movie set. But there were no people. I pulled up in front of the gas station, my headlights cutting through the gloom and killed the engine. For a moment I just sat there, staring at the empty street. The place didn't feel abandoned. The lights were on, flickering weakly, and the diner's neon sign buzzed faintly in the silence. But there was no movement, no sign of life. I climbed out of the cab and called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" No answer. Just the wind whispering through the buildings. I was about to get back in the truck when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadow flitting across the window of the diner. My heart leapt. I wasn't alone. I walked across the street, my boots echoing against the pavement, and peered through the glass. The diner was full. At least it looked full. People sat at the booths, their heads bowed, their hands resting on the tables. A waitress stood behind the counter, her back to me, holding a coffee pot. For a split second, relief washed over me. I wasn't crazy. But then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. None of them were moving. I stepped closer, pressing my face to the glass. The people inside were frozen, their faces pale and slack, their eyes wide open but unseeing. The waitress held the coffee pot at an odd angle, as if she'd been caught mid-pour. A man in a flannel shirt sat at the counter with a cigarette frozen between his fingers, the ash trailing down to the floor. They looked like mannequins, but I could feel it. They weren't. They were real. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat, and that's when the lights in the diner flickered. Just for a second, but it was enough to see something else. The people, they weren't just sitting there. They were bleeding. Dark stains spread across their clothes, pooling on the floor beneath them. The waitress's neck was bent at an unnatural angle, like someone had snapped it. And then she moved. Her head jerked sharply, her dead eyes locking onto mine. She didn't blink, didn't speak, just stared at me, her mouth opening in a silent scream. One by one, the others began to move too, their heads turning, their lifeless faces twisting toward me. I bolted. I ran back to the truck, my boots slipping on the pavement, and jumped into the cab. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw it into gear, flooring it down the main street. In the rearview mirror, I saw them. The people from the diner, spilling out onto the street, their movements jerky and unnatural. They didn't run. They just appeared, one moment in the doorway, the next in the middle of the road, getting closer and closer with every blink. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept driving, my headlights cutting through the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. The town blurred past me, the buildings melting into shadows, and then, just like that, it was gone. 1 minute I was on that creepy little main street, and the next I was back on the highway, the road stretching out ahead of me like nothing had ever happened. But it wasn't over. I don't know how long I drove, but it felt like hours. The darkness seemed to press in around me, heavier with every mile. And then in the distance I saw lights. At first, I thought it was another town, another chance to get help. But as I got closer, my stomach sank. It was Black Hollow. I slammed on the brakes, my tires screeching against the asphalt. The town was exactly the same, down to the flickering diner sign and the leaning gas station. It was like I'd never left. The lights flickered again, and this time I didn't wait. I yanked the truck into reverse, spinning it around and gunned it back the way I'd come. But no matter how far I drove, no matter how fast I went, the town was always there, waiting for me at the end of the road. The whispers started then. Faint at first, like the wind brushing against the cab, but they grew louder, filling the air with words I couldn't understand. I saw shadows darting along the edges of my vision, pale faces pressed against the windows, hands clawing at the glass. I don't know how I got out. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm still there, driving in circles, trapped in that godforsaken town. All I know is, the next thing I remember is waking up on the side of the road, my truck parked on the shoulder, the sun rising over the horizon. The highway was empty, and Black Hollow was nowhere to be seen. I've tried to find it since, just to prove to myself it was real. But it's not on any map. No one's heard of it. Maybe that's for the best. So if you're ever driving down an empty highway and you see a sign for Black Hollow, do yourself a favor. Don't stop. Don't look. Just keep driving. And pray it doesn't follow you. Story 18. There's one stretch of highway I refuse to touch ever again, no matter how good the money is. It's out past the Ozarks, on a winding back road where cell service dies, and the trees start closing in. I can't tell you the exact mile marker because the memory of that night still twists my gut into knots, but I'll never forget what I saw, or what almost got me. It started with a blown tire. I was on a long haul from Little Rock to Chicago, just me, my truck, and a double load of refrigerated freight humming away behind me. It was past midnight when I heard it, this sharp pop, followed by the telltale thump-thump-thump of a flat. I cursed under my breath, pulled over to the shoulder, and climbed out to assess the damage. The rear tire on the passenger side was shredded, rubber flapping like dead skin. I grabbed my flashlight and looked up and down the road. No cars, no houses, just endless trees and shadows that seemed too deep, too still. My radio was useless out here, so I figured I'd have to change the tire myself and limp to the nearest truck stop. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, just off the road, was an old wooden sign hanging crookedly from rusted chains. The light from my flashlight caught the words painted in faded white, St. Mercy's Chapel. Below that, an arrow pointed down a dirt path leading into the woods. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea, but part of me hoped the chapel might have a phone or, at the very least, someone who could point me toward help. I grabbed my flashlight, locked the cab, and started walking. The path was narrow, overgrown with weeds that snagged at my boots. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No crickets, no wind, not even the rustle of leaves. Just my own breathing and the crunch of gravel underfoot. After about 10 minutes, the chapel came into view. It was ancient, its wood warped and dark, the steeple leaning like it was too tired to stand. The stained glass windows were intact but filthy, the images too murky to make out. A heavy wooden door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly as it swayed in the breeze. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing into the night. No response. I told myself it was probably abandoned, but something about the place felt off, like it was waiting for me to step inside. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open. The air inside was colder, damp and heavy with the smell of mildew. Rows of wooden pews stretched toward an altar at the far end of the room, where a massive crucifix hung on the wall. At least, I think it was a crucifix. The figure nailed to it wasn't exactly human. Its limbs were too long, its face stretched into a grotesque snarl. The more I looked at it, the more it seemed to move, like it was breathing. I was about to turn around and leave when I heard the first whisper. It came from the shadows in the far corner of the chapel, faint and low, like someone murmuring a prayer. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, and that's when I saw them. Figures. Dozens of them, standing in the dark between the pews. They weren't solid, more like shadows shaped into people. Their outlines shimmered, as though they were barely holding together. And they were all facing the altar, their heads bowed, their hands clasped in silent worship. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. They didn't seem to notice me, didn't move at all, until my flashlight beam swept across one of them. Its head snapped up, and 2 pinpoints of red light flared where its eyes should have been. The whispering stopped, and then they all turned toward me. I stumbled back, dropping the flashlight as the shadow figures began to advance. They moved slowly, but their shapes twisted unnaturally, their limbs stretching and bending as if they were made of smoke. My back hit the door, and I fumbled for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The wood felt hot, like it was alive, pulsing under my hands. Behind me, the figures began to chant. It was low and guttural, a language I didn't recognize but felt in my bones. The sound filled the chapel, vibrating through the floor, and the grotesque figure on the crucifix began to move. Its head twisted toward me, its mouth opening in a silent scream as it tore itself free from the wall. Black fluid dripped from its wounds as it dropped to the altar, its elongated limbs unfolding like a spider's. "Get out," a voice hissed, though I couldn't tell where it was coming from. Maybe from the shadows, maybe from the thing now crawling toward me. My hand found the flashlight, and in a panic, I shined it at the creature. It shrieked, its body convulsing as the light seemed to burn it. The shadow figures recoiled too, their forms flickering like static on a broken TV. I didn't think, I just acted, swinging the beam wildly as I backed toward the side of the chapel where a stained glass window stood. The chanting grew louder, more frantic, as the figures pressed closer. The creature on the altar let out a guttural roar, its long arms reaching for me. Without thinking, I grabbed one of the wooden pews and heaved it toward the window. The glass shattered in an explosion of color, and I scrambled through the opening, cutting my arms and legs on the shards. I hit the ground hard but didn't stop. I ran, the flashlight swinging wildly in my hand, the sound of the chanting still ringing in my ears. The shadows didn't follow me out of the chapel, but I could feel them watching, feel their hatred like a weight pressing down on me. When I reached my truck, I didn't bother checking the tire. I jumped into the cab, started the engine, and floored it, the shredded rubber thumping against the road as I sped away. It wasn't until I hit the main highway that I dared to look back. The road was empty. No shadows, no chapel, just darkness stretching behind me. But I swear, in the rearview mirror, I saw a faint red glow, 2 pinpricks of light fading into the night. I've never told anyone about that night, not in detail. Who'd believe me? But sometimes, when I'm parked at a truck stop late at night, I swear I hear it again, that guttural chanting, just on the edge of hearing. And every so often, when I close my eyes, I see the figure from the crucifix, still crawling, still coming for me. If you ever find yourself stranded on a lonely road and see a sign for St. Mercy's Chapel, do yourself a favor. Stay in your truck. Keep driving. And don't, for the love of God, open that door. Story 19. It was the tail end of a 14-hour shift, hauling frozen produce from Colorado to Nebraska. The highway was deserted, just me, my truck, and miles of dark asphalt stretching out into oblivion. The hum of the engine and the low thrum of the tires against the road were the only sounds keeping me company. It was the kind of night where the world felt smaller, like everything beyond the beams of my headlights didn't exist. I was about 20 miles from the nearest truck stop when it happened. A blur of motion darted across the road, too fast for me to react. There was a sickening thud, and the truck jolted as though I'd run over a boulder. I hit the brakes, the trailer groaning as I brought it to a stop. "Damn it," I muttered, my heart racing. I threw on the hazards, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the cold night air. Whatever I'd hit was sprawled in the middle of the road, illuminated by the red glow of my taillights. It was a wolf, at least I thought it was. Its fur was jet black, its body massive, almost unnatural. I've seen wolves before, but this thing was easily the size of a bear. Blood pooled around it, dark and sticky against the asphalt. I took a cautious step closer, the beam of my flashlight trembling in my hand. Its ribs moved, barely, but enough to tell me it was still alive. I should have gotten back in the truck. I should have driven off right then. Instead, I stood there like an idiot, staring at the creature as it let out a low, rattling growl. Its head snapped toward me and I froze. Its eyes weren't like any animal I'd ever seen, yellow and glowing, almost human in their intensity. For a moment, we just stared at each other, and then it started to move. Its bones cracked and popped as it pushed itself to its feet, its body twisting unnaturally. The blood on the road shimmered, like it wasn't soaking into the ground but pooling toward it. My breath caught in my throat as the thing shook itself, bits of fur and flesh falling away to reveal raw muscle beneath. It shouldn't have been standing, let alone walking, but it took a slow, deliberate step toward me. I didn't wait to see what it was planning. I bolted for the cab, slamming the door shut and locking it behind me. My hands shook as I jammed the truck into gear, my foot slamming the pedal to the floor. The tires screeched, and the engine roared as I peeled out, the beast vanishing into the darkness behind me. But I wasn't alone. About 10 minutes later, I spotted something in my mirrors, movement along the side of the road. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a trick of the shadows. But then I saw it again, clearer this time. The wolf, or whatever it was running alongside the truck, keeping pace with me even at 60 miles an hour. My stomach dropped as I realized it wasn't running. It was crawling, its limbs contorting in ways that shouldn't have been possible, its glowing eyes fixed on me. I pressed harder on the gas, the truck groaning as I pushed it to 70, then 80. Still, it kept up, its grotesque form a blur of motion in the corner of my vision. I reached for the CB radio, desperate for someone to tell me I wasn't losing my mind. "This is Rig 89, anyone out there?" My voice cracked and I hated how small it sounded. "I need help. Something's chasing me on Route 87. Static hissed back at me, broken only by faint bursts of distorted voices. I tried again, but the radio was dead, the signal swallowed by the vast emptiness of the night. Then came the sound. A deep, guttural howl that cut through the roar of the engine and the hum of the tires. It was loud enough to rattle the windows, and I swear I felt it in my chest. I glanced at the mirrors again, and my blood ran cold. The wolf was gone. For a moment I thought I'd lost it, but the relief was short-lived. A heavy thud reverberated through the cab as the truck shuddered violently. Something had landed on the roof. My heart pounded as I heard claws scraping against metal, the sound growing louder as it moved closer to the windshield. I swerved, trying to shake it off, but the weight only shifted, keeping its grip. The glass above me cracked as a clawed hand, long and sinewy, punched through, its talons scraping at the dashboard. I screamed, slamming on the brakes, the truck lurching as I fought to keep it on the road. The creature slid off, its body hitting the pavement with a sickening crunch. I didn't wait to see if it would get up. I threw the truck into gear and gunned it, my pulse hammering in my ears. The road ahead blurred as I sped toward the truck stop, the beast's guttural growls echoing behind me. When I finally saw the neon glow of the stop sign in the distance, I felt a flicker of hope. I pulled into the lot, skidding to a halt near the pumps. There were a few other rigs parked there, their lights cutting through the darkness. I jumped out, my legs unsteady, and ran inside, breathless and shaking. The attendant looked up from his magazine, startled. "You okay, buddy? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something," I gasped, struggling to form words. "Something's out there. It's not normal." He frowned, glancing toward the windows. The lot was empty, the night still and silent. "You sure?" "Haven't seen anything all night." I turned back toward the truck, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing. Just the faint hum of the engine cooling down, and the distant rustle of wind through the trees. The attendant handed me a cup of water, his expression softening. "Probably just a coyote or something. Happens out here all the time." I wanted to argue, to tell him what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I nodded, taking a shaky sip as I tried to calm my racing heart. I spent the rest of the night parked under the bright lights of the truck stop, my doors locked and my eyes glued to the mirrors. The wolf never came back, but every so often I'd hear that howl in the distance, faint but unmistakable. To this day, I don't take Route 87. I've told a few people about what happened, but most of them just laugh, chalking it up to exhaustion or a vivid imagination. But I know what I saw, what followed me that night. And if you ever find yourself driving through the middle of nowhere and see something dart across the road, don't stop. Don't look. And for the love of God, don't let it catch you. Story 20. Nothing prepared me for what happened one night at a truck stop off Highway 82. I haven't been able to sleep right since. It was late, probably around 2 a.m., when I pulled into the stop. I'd been driving for hours, trying to make up for time lost to a detour. The lot was mostly empty, just a handful of trucks parked under dim, buzzing lights. The place had a lonely feel to it, like it had been forgotten by the rest of the world. Perfect for grabbing a few hours of sleep before hitting the road again. I parked at the edge of the lot, killed the engine, and leaned back in my seat, letting the silence settle around me. The hum of the refrigeration unit on the trailer was the only sound, a steady background noise that usually helped me relax. But tonight, it just made the emptiness feel deeper. I must have dozed off for a bit because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a noise. A faint scraping, like metal against metal. My eyes snapped open and I sat up, straining to hear over the hum of the trailer. The lot was quiet again, but something felt off. It was too quiet, like the kind of silence that presses against your ears and makes your skin crawl. I told myself it was nothing, probably just the wind rattling a loose sign. But then I saw it, movement in my side mirror. A dark shape, low to the ground, slipping between the shadows of the parked trucks. My stomach tightened as I stared at the spot where it had been, but there was nothing there now. Just empty space. I shook my head, trying to shake off the unease. "You're just tired, Dave," I muttered to myself, but my hands were already moving to lock the doors. Something about the way that shadow moved wasn't right. It was too fast, too smooth, like it wasn't walking but gliding. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and rolled down the window just enough to stick it out. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping over the lot. It caught the side of a truck, the dull shine of a parked car, but nothing else. No people, no animals. Just empty asphalt stretching into the night. I was about to pull the flashlight back in when I saw it. A figure crouched near the back of another truck, just barely visible in the edge of the beam. It was too big to be a person, and the way it hunched over, its limbs all wrong, made my skin crawl. My breath caught in my throat as it turned its head toward me. Eyes, yellow and glowing like two burning coals, staring straight at me. My hand slipped, and the flashlight clattered against the door, plunging me into darkness. By the time I fumbled to turn it back on, the figure was gone. I sat there for a moment, heart pounding, every nerve in my body screaming at me to get out of there. But then I thought about my trailer. I had a full load of electronics, expensive cargo. If someone was prowling around, they might be trying to break in. My boss would kill me if I didn't at least check. Grabbing my tire iron, I stepped out into the cold night air. My boots echoed against the pavement as I made my way to the back of the truck. The flashlight felt heavy in my hand, its beam flickering slightly as I swept it back and forth. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. "If someone's out here, you'd better clear out." "I'm not messing around," no answer. Just the hum of the refrigeration unit and the distant rustle of the wind. I moved around to the back of the trailer, the flashlight catching on the padlock securing the doors. It was intact, no sign of tampering. I let out a shaky breath, relief flooding through me. And then I heard it. A low, guttural growl that sent chills racing down my spine. It was coming from somewhere close, too close. Slowly, I turned, the flashlight trembling in my grip as I swept it across the lot. It was standing there about 20 feet away, half hidden in the shadow of a truck. It wasn't a man, but it wasn't an animal either. It stood on two legs, its body covered in matted dark fur, with arms too long and hands tipped with claws that glinted in the light. Its head was wolf-like with a long snout and pointed ears, but those eyes, those glowing yellow eyes, were pure malice. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I bolted for the cab, my boots slipping on the pavement as I ran. The creature let out a deafening snarl, and I could hear its claws scraping against the ground as it charged after me. I barely made it to the door, slamming it shut just as the thing lunged. Its claws raked against the metal, leaving deep gouges that made my stomach turn. I jammed the lock down and threw the truck into gear, the engine roaring to life as I hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, but the creature wasn't giving up. It leapt onto the hood, its massive body denting the metal as it clawed at the windshield. I swerved, trying to shake it off, but it held on, its jaws snapping inches from the glass. Its teeth were jagged, too large for its mouth, and its breath fogged the glass with every exhale. Desperation took over. I yanked the wheel to the right, sending the truck into a sharp turn. The creature lost its grip and tumbled off, hitting the pavement with a sickening thud. But when I looked in the mirror, it was already getting back up, its body twisting unnaturally as it rose to its feet. I floored it, the engine screaming as I sped toward the highway. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. The headlights cut through the darkness, but I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see those glowing eyes closing in. When I finally reached a more populated stretch of road, I pulled into another truck stop, my hands shaking as I parked under the bright lights. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat in the cab, gripping the tire iron and watching the lot, waiting for those eyes to appear again. They never did. But every time I close my eyes, I see them, burning yellow, full of hunger and hate. I don't know what it was, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never stop at that lot again, and if you're ever out there on Highway 82 and see something lurking in the shadows, do yourself a favor. Stay in the truck. Don't get out. And whatever you do, don't let it catch you. Story 21. It was late, probably around 1 a.m., and the road in Nebraska was pitch black except for the faint glow of my headlights. I'd been driving since sunrise, pushing to make up for a delay at the last drop-off, and fatigue was setting in. The kind that creeps into your bones, making the edges of the world blur. I knew I should have pulled over hours ago, but I was determined to reach the next rest stop. The highway cut through miles of cornfields, the stalks towering on either side like walls closing in. There was no moon that night, just an oppressive darkness that seemed to press down on everything. My rig felt like the only thing alive for miles. That's when I first saw it, a movement in the corner of my eye, just beyond the headlights. A quick darting shadow low to the ground. I tightened my grip on the wheel, my eyes flicking toward the field. The corn swayed slightly, though there was no wind. I told myself it was nothing, just a deer or maybe a stray dog, but something about it didn't sit right. The way it moved, too fast and deliberate. Just tired, Dan, I muttered to myself, forcing my gaze back to the road. But then it happened again, this time on the other side. A pale shape slipping between the stalks, barely visible in the dim light. My heart started pounding, a cold knot of unease settling in my gut. I slowed the truck, the engine rumbling as I tried to get a better look. The beams of the headlights swept across the cornfield, catching glimpses of the swaying stalks, but nothing else. I leaned forward, peering into the darkness. And that's when I saw it. Something crawled out of the corn, its pale, sinewy body glistening in the headlights. It moved on all fours, but its limbs were unnaturally long, bending in ways that didn't make sense. Its skin was almost translucent, stretched tight over a bony frame, and its head was wrong. Too round, with hollow eyes that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. It froze in the middle of the road, staring straight at me. For a moment, neither of us moved. I could feel my breath hitch, my pulse hammering in my ears. Then it opened its mouth, not to scream but to smile. A wide, toothless grin that sent chills down my spine. I slammed on the horn, the sound echoing into the night. The thing recoiled, scuttling backward like a spider before disappearing into the corn. My hands were shaking as I gripped the wheel, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. A trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But then I saw more. pale figures emerging from the corn on both sides of the road, dozens of them. Crawling, slithering, moving in jerky, unnatural motions. They were everywhere, their hollow eyes fixed on my truck. One of them leapt onto the road ahead, and I didn't hesitate. I hit the gas, the engine roaring as I barreled toward it. The impact was sickening, a dull thud that jolted the cab as the creature's body crumpled under the tires. I didn't stop to look. I couldn't. The others were closing in, their twisted forms converging on the truck. I could hear them now, their nails scraping against the sides of the trailer, their guttural clicking noises like a chorus of whispers. I floored it, the rig lurching forward as I pushed the engine to its limit. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating more of the creatures spilling out of the corn, their spindly arms reaching for the truck. One of them clung to the passenger door, its hollow eyes meeting mine through the glass. It started pounding on the window with a fist, the thin pane rattling with each blow. "Get off," I shouted, swerving violently to the left. The creature lost its grip and tumbled to the asphalt, but another took its place. And another. I could hear them climbing onto the trailer, their claws scratching against the metal. Panic set in. I couldn't stop, I couldn't even slow down. If I did, they'd swarm me. My mind raced as I searched for any sign of civilization, a rest stop, a gas station, anything. But the road stretched on, empty and unforgiving. Then I spotted it, a faint light in the distance. It looked like an old diner, its neon sign flickering weakly. I didn't care if it was open or abandoned. It was my only chance. I veered off the highway, the rig bouncing over the uneven shoulder as I turned onto the gravel driveway. The creatures didn't let up. They were clinging to the truck like a swarm of insects, their pale bodies writhing against the windows. One of them managed to tear open the side mirror, its claws shredding the metal like paper. I could feel the truck slowing under the weight of them, the engine groaning in protest. I skidded to a stop in front of the diner, yanking the parking brake as I grabbed a wrench from the cab. The moment I opened the door, they were on me. One of them lunged, its bony fingers clawing at my arm. I swung the wrench with everything I had, the impact sending it sprawling to the ground. But there were too many. They circled me, their clicking noises growing louder, more frenzied. I backed toward the diner, swinging wildly to keep them at bay. My foot hit the steps, and I scrambled inside, slamming the door behind me. The creatures threw themselves at the glass, their hollow eyes burning with hunger. The door shuddered under their weight, and I knew it wouldn't hold for long. Frantically, I searched for something to block the entrance. My eyes landed on a heavy steel shelf, and I shoved it against the door just as the glass began to crack. The creatures screeched, their pale faces pressing against the shattered surface, but the shelf held for now. I stumbled back, trying to catch my breath. The diner was dark and empty, the air thick with the smell of mildew. My flashlight beam swept over the room, landing on a rusted fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The pounding on the door grew louder, the shelf inching forward under the strain. My heart sank as I realized they were getting in. I tightened my grip on the extinguisher, bracing myself for the inevitable. And then, just as the shelf gave way, I heard a deafening roar, followed by a blinding flash of light. The creatures froze, their heads snapping toward the source of the noise. A pair of headlights blazed through the diner's grimy windows, and I saw the unmistakable shape of a truck pulling into the lot. The driver must have seen the creatures because he didn't hesitate. He plowed through the mass of them, scattering their pale bodies like rag dolls. The creatures let out shrieks of rage, retreating into the corn as the truck skidded to a stop. The driver, an older man with a shotgun slung over his shoulder, jumped out and waved me over. "Move," he shouted, and I didn't need to be told twice. I sprinted to his truck, diving into the cab as he fired a warning shot into the corn. The creatures didn't come back. They disappeared into the stalks, their clicking noises fading into the night. The driver didn't say a word as he sped back to the highway, leaving the diner and whatever horrors it held far behind. To this day, I don't know what those things were. I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never drive through Nebraska at night again. Story 22. I'd picked up a load in Houston and was headed to Shreveport. The trip should have been straightforward, but traffic on I-10 was backed up for miles thanks to a wreck. My GPS suggested a detour, a narrow state road that would cut through some backwoods. I didn't think twice. I just wanted to make up for lost time. The first hour on the detour was uneventful. The road was narrow, with swampy marshland on either side. Spanish moss hung from the trees, swaying like ghostly tendrils in the humid air. It was dark, the kind of darkness that swallows your headlights and makes the world feel small. The swamp was alive with noise, frogs croaking, insects buzzing, and the occasional splash of something moving in the water. About 20 miles in, the road started to feel less like a road and more like a suggestion. Potholes and mud patches slowed me down, and I could feel the trailer swaying behind me with every bump. Then, just as I rounded a bend, my tires hit a patch of mud and the rig sank. I hit the gas, but the tires spun uselessly. I was stuck. Cursing under my breath, I grabbed a flashlight and climbed out. The humid air hit me like a wall, thick and oppressive. My boots sank into the mud as I walked around to assess the situation. The rear tires were buried halfway to the axle. I'd need to call for a tow. That's when I noticed it, the silence. The frogs, the insects, the splashing, it was all gone. The only sound was my own breathing and the faint creak of the truck settling in the mud. I shone my flashlight around, the beam cutting through the darkness. The swamp stretched out on either side, endless and still. And then I saw it, a ripple in the water just a few yards away. Probably a gator, I muttered, trying to convince myself. But as I watched, something broke the surface. It wasn't a gator. It was a head. The thing's skin was a sickly greenish-gray, glistening with swamp water. Its eyes were large and reflective, catching the light like an animal's. But its face was almost human, though stretched and wrong, with a mouth full of jagged teeth. It stared at me for a moment, and then it began to rise. The creature stood on two legs, its body long and sinewy, covered in scales that shimmered like oil. Its arms hung low, ending in claws that looked sharp enough to carve through steel. It tilted its head, studying me like I was something it didn't quite understand. Then it stepped closer. I backed up, my boots slipping in the mud. "Stay back," I shouted, though my voice cracked. The thing hissed, a low, rattling sound that made my skin crawl. And then it moved fast. Too fast. I barely made it back to the cab, slamming the door just as the creature reached the truck. It clawed at the door, its nails screeching against the metal. I fumbled to lock the doors, my hands shaking. The truck rocked as the thing climbed onto the hood, its glowing eyes peering through the windshield. It hissed again, its breath fogging the glass. I leaned on the horn, the sound blaring into the night. The creature recoiled, its claws scraping at its ears. Taking the chance, I reached for my CB radio. "Mayday. This is Jake Daniels. I'm stuck on State Road 49 and there's something out here, something not human. I need help." Static crackled through the speaker, and then a voice came on. "State Road 49. Son, you need to get out of there." "That's Devil's Hollow." "Yeah, no kidding," I shouted. How the hell do I get out when I'm stuck? The voice hesitated. If you're stuck, you're gonna have to fight. They don't give up easy, they. As if on cue, the creature let out a shriek, and I saw movement in the swamp. More shapes were emerging from the water, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness. There were 3 of them now, then 4. They circled the truck, their claws tapping against the metal like they were testing it. One of them climbed onto the trailer, its weight making the rig shift. I remembered the toolbox under my seat. My hands moved on autopilot, pulling it out and grabbing the tire iron. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The creature on the hood started pounding on the windshield, cracks spiderwebbing across the glass. I swung the door open, jumping out and swinging the tire iron with everything I had. The blow connected with its head, and it let out a guttural screech, falling to the ground. But the others were closing in. I ran to the back of the truck, climbing onto the trailer. From up there, I could see them clearly. Their bodies moved with an unnatural fluidity, their heads snapping back and forth as they tracked my movements. One of them leapt onto the trailer, and I swung the tire iron, catching it in the side. It staggered but didn't fall. The others began clawing at the sides of the trailer, trying to climb up. My mind raced, desperate for a plan. Then I remembered the flares. I kept an emergency kit in the cab, and if I could get to it, I jumped down, landing hard and nearly losing my balance. The creatures shrieked, converging on me as I scrambled back into the cab. I grabbed the emergency kit, yanking it open and pulling out a handful of flares. One of the creatures was already at the door, its claws reaching for me. I lit a flare, the bright red light cutting through the darkness. The creature hissed, recoiling from the flame. I shoved the flare into its face and it fell back, screeching as it writhed on the ground. The others hesitated, their glowing eyes fixed on the flare. I lit another one, holding it high as I climbed back onto the trailer. Waving the flares, I shouted, "Come on, you bastards. You want me. Come and get me." For a moment they seemed unsure. Then, one by one, they retreated, slipping back into the swamp. Their glowing eyes lingered in the darkness before vanishing beneath the surface. I stayed on the trailer until sunrise, the flares burning out one by one. When the first light of day hit the swamp, I climbed down, my legs trembling. The creatures were gone, but their claw marks were everywhere, on the truck, the trailer, even the ground. A tow truck arrived a few hours later. The driver took one look at me and shook his head. "You're lucky, you know that. Most folks who break down on this road don't make it out." I didn't say anything. I just climbed into the cab and drove, leaving the swamp and its horrors behind. I don't take shortcuts anymore. Story 23. It was late October, the kind of night when the chill in the air feels sharp enough to cut. I was hauling a load of frozen goods up through Arkansas, heading toward a drop-off in Missouri. The route was straightforward enough, but around midnight, my GPS suggested a detour. There'd been a wreck up ahead on the main highway, and the detour was supposed to save me an hour. I turned onto a 2-lane back road, the pavement cracked and barely lit by my high beams. Tall pine trees flanked the road on both sides, their branches swaying gently in the wind. At first, it felt peaceful, quiet. Then, almost like flipping a switch, a fog started rolling in. At first, it was just wisps, swirling in the beams of my headlights. But the further I drove, the thicker it got. Soon, the fog was so dense I couldn't see more than a few feet in front of the truck. It was like I'd driven into a wall of white. "Great," I muttered to myself, gripping the wheel tighter. I slowed to a crawl, scanning the road for any sign of a turnoff or a wider shoulder where I could pull over. The radio crackled with static, then went silent. My GPS froze, its screen stuck on the same blinking arrow. The fog pressed in closer, dampening sound and making everything feel wrong. It wasn't just the lack of visibility. It was the silence. No hum of insects, no rustling of leaves, just the low rumble of my engine and my own breathing. And then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the trailer lurching as the truck screeched to a halt. My heart was pounding as I stared ahead, my high beams catching a glimpse of something off. At first, I thought it was a man. Tall, thin, but hunched over, like his back couldn't support his own weight. His limbs seemed too long, his movements jerky and unnatural as he stepped toward the truck. "Hey," I shouted, leaning out the window. "You okay?" "Need a ride?" The figure stopped, its head tilting to one side as though it was listening. That's when I realized its face, or what passed for a face, was wrong. It had no eyes, just hollow indentations where they should have been. Its mouth was stretched into a wide, jagged grin that didn't move when it tilted its head again. My gut screamed at me to get moving, but before I could react, the thing melted into the fog, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. I stared at the empty road for what felt like an eternity, my pulse racing. It's just some local messing around, I told myself. A prank or something, but my hands were shaking as I put the truck back in gear. The fog didn't let up. In fact, it seemed to grow thicker, clinging to the truck like a living thing. I could feel it seeping into the cab through the vents, damp and cold. Every few minutes, I'd catch a glimpse of movement, shadows darting just beyond the reach of my headlights. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew better. I don't know how long I drove like that, crawling along at barely 10 miles an hour when I saw it again. The figure. Only this time it wasn't alone. There were more of them, their misshapen forms emerging from the fog on either side of the road. Some walked upright, others crawled on all fours, their limbs bending in ways that shouldn't have been possible. I floored the gas, the truck roaring as it barreled forward. The figures scattered, but one of them jumped onto the hood, slamming its elongated hands against the windshield. Its grin was wider now, impossibly wide, the edges of its mouth splitting open to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. "Get off," I shouted, jerking the wheel to try and shake it loose. The truck swerved, but the thing held on, its fingers clawing at the glass. I grabbed the tire iron from behind the seat, rolled down the window just enough, and swung at it with everything I had. The iron connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature fell away, disappearing into the fog. But it wasn't over. The truck began to shake violently, the trailer rocking as if something heavy was crawling over it. I could hear them now scraping, tapping, hissing. They were on the roof, on the sides, their shapes pressing against the windows. One of them slammed its face against the passenger side glass, leaving a smear of black ichor as it slid down. Panic set in. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. All I could do was keep driving, hoping the road wouldn't suddenly disappear beneath me. I reached for the CB radio, my voice cracking as I shouted, "This is Grayson, mile marker unknown, heading north on a fogged-out road. If anyone's out there, I need help." Now, for a moment, there was nothing but static. Then, a voice crackled through. "Grayson, you need to listen. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop." "Who is this?" I demanded. "What the hell are these things?" "They're the fog men," the voice replied. "They don't like intruders. Just keep moving and don't look back." The line went dead, leaving me with nothing but the sound of my own racing heartbeat and the thuds of the creatures clawing at the truck. I pressed harder on the gas, the engine roaring as the speedometer climbed. The fog swirled and shifted around me, shapes forming and dissolving as though the mist itself was alive. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the fog began to thin. The shadows retreated, their hollow eyes watching as the truck broke through to clear air. I didn't slow down, didn't stop until I reached the next truck stop miles down the road. I stumbled out of the cab, my legs trembling. The truck was covered in claw marks and streaks of that black ichor. A few other drivers were milling around, their eyes widening as they saw the state I was in. One of them, an older man with a weathered face, shook his head. "You went through the fog, didn't you?" he said. I nodded, too shaken to speak. "You're lucky to be alive," he continued. "Most folks don't make it out. Next time, if there's a detour, take the long way. I don't drive through Arkansas anymore. And if I ever see fog rolling in, I pull over and wait it out. Because now I know, the fog men are real and they don't let go easily." Story 24. My name's Derek, and I've been a long-haul trucker for nearly 15 years. Over the miles, you get used to the little things, the isolation, the unpredictable weather, the weird people you meet at truck stops. But nothing prepares you for something like this. I still don't know if what I saw that night was real, or if it was some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion. All I know is that I barely made it out alive. It was late, maybe 2:30 in the morning, when I found myself on a stretch of highway deep in rural Oklahoma. My logbook said I was overdue for rest, but I'd been pushing through to make up for lost time after a flat tire earlier in the day. The road was empty, my headlights slicing through the darkness like a razor. All I wanted was to find a safe spot to pull over, grab a couple hours of sleep, and maybe a cup of coffee before the sunrise. That's when I saw the sign. Rest area ahead 2 miles. It wasn't on my route plan, but I wasn't about to question it. My eyes felt like sandpaper, and my neck ached from hours behind the wheel. A rest area would be perfect, just long enough to recharge before getting back on the road. As I approached, the fog started to roll in. Not a light mist either, thick, soupy fog that swallowed the highway and muffled the rumble of my engine. By the time I spotted the turnoff, the rest area's dimly lit sign was almost invisible. I pulled into the small lot, which was surrounded by tall, shadowy trees that loomed like sentinels in the fog. Something about the place felt off immediately. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something acrid like burned rubber. There were a few other vehicles parked here, an old sedan, a rusted pickup truck, and a camper with its curtains drawn. But no movement, no signs of life. I told myself I was being paranoid. After all, it was the middle of the night. Most people were probably asleep. I backed my rig into one of the spots farthest from the others, turned off the engine, and leaned back in my seat, closing my eyes for what I thought would be a quick nap. I didn't even get 10 minutes. It started with a sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again, soft, deliberate taps on the driver's side window. I opened my eyes, squinting into the darkness. Nothing. The fog outside made it hard to see more than a few feet, but I was sure I'd heard something. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and rolled the window down just enough to stick it out, shining the beam around. The lot was empty, the other vehicles still and silent. The trees swayed slightly in the breeze, their bare branches clawing at the fog. And then I saw them. Figures, standing near the edge of the lot where the light from the overhead lamps barely reached. At first, I thought they were just people, travelers maybe, stretching their legs. But the longer I looked, the stranger they seemed. Their postures were wrong, their limbs too long, their heads cocked at unnatural angles. One of them stepped forward, and I swear I saw its face, pale, with eyes that glinted like an animal's in the beam of my flashlight. I sat there frozen. My brain was screaming at me to start the truck and get out of there, but my hands felt like lead. The figure tilted its head as if it were studying me, and then it grinned. Not a friendly grin, but something wild and predatory, showing rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. More of them stepped into the light, their movements jerky and unnatural, like they were still learning how to walk. Some crouched low to the ground, sniffing the air like animals. One pressed its hand, or paw, or whatever it was, against the hood of my truck, leaving streaks of something dark and oily on the metal. I fumbled for the ignition, my heart pounding. The truck roared to life, and the sudden noise seemed to startle them. They froze for a moment, their heads snapping toward the sound. I shifted into reverse, my hands shaking as I backed out of the spot. That's when the pounding started. They were on the truck, clawing at the sides, banging on the doors and windows. The glass rattled as one of them slammed its face against it, its hollow eyes staring straight at me. Another climbed onto the hood, its fingers scraping against the windshield as it let out a low, guttural growl. I threw the truck into drive and hit the gas, the tires screeching as the rig lurched forward. The figure on the hood held on for a moment before being thrown off, disappearing into the fog. The others chased me, their distorted forms barely visible in the rearview mirrors. I floored it, praying the road wouldn't twist too sharply. The fog seemed alive, shifting and curling around the truck as I sped down the highway. I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead, but I didn't dare slow down. My knuckles were white on the wheel, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog lifted. I was back on the main highway, the stars shining overhead and the air crisp and clear. I glanced in the mirrors, half expecting to see those things still chasing me, but there was nothing. Just the empty road stretching out behind me. I didn't stop until I reached the next town, pulling into a well-lit truck stop and parking as close to the building as I could. When I stepped out to inspect the rig, my stomach turned. The sides were covered in scratches, long gouges in the paint that hadn't been there before. The hood was smeared with that same oily substance, and a single handprint, a clawed, misshapen hand, was pressed into the dirt on the driver's side door. I told the clerk inside about the rest area, asked if they'd heard of anything strange happening there. He gave me a puzzled look. Rest area? There ain't any rest stops on that stretch of highway, he said. Haven't been for years. I didn't argue. I just paid for my coffee and got back on the road, driving until the sun came up. I don't take shortcuts anymore. If my GPS tells me there's a detour, I ignore it. And if I ever see another rest area in the middle of nowhere, I'll keep driving, no matter how tired I am. Because some places aren't meant for people like us. And if you're unlucky enough to find them, you might not make it back. Story 25. It was last August, just after midnight, and I was driving through a desolate stretch of desert in New Mexico. The air was dry, the stars were bright, and the only sound was the steady hum of my engine. I was hauling a load of farm equipment to California, and the route I'd chosen was one of those lonely back roads where you can go for hours without seeing another soul. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, I preferred it. No traffic, no way stations, no distractions. Just me, the open road, and the occasional tumbleweed blowing across the asphalt. But as the night dragged on, I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just that prickly sensation on the back of your neck, like someone's watching you. That's when I saw them. Up ahead, about half a mile in the distance, were 3 semi-trucks. Their taillights glowed faintly in the darkness, the convoy moving in perfect unison. It was strange. I hadn't seen them pass me, and there hadn't been any exits for miles. It was like they'd just appeared out of nowhere. Curious, I picked up my CB radio and keyed the mic. "This is Big Dog calling. Anyone in the convoy up ahead copy." Silence. I tried again, changing frequencies. "Big Dog calling the convoy. You guys all right?" Nothing. No static, no chatter, just the low, eerie hum of the radio. I frowned, my hands tightening on the wheel. Maybe their radios were busted, or maybe they just didn't feel like talking. Either way, something about the whole thing felt wrong. The trucks were moving too perfectly, their speed and spacing identical, like they were being controlled by a single mind. Still, I kept following them. I told myself it was safer to stick with other trucks in case something went wrong, blown tire, breakdown, whatever. At least I wouldn't be completely alone out here. About an hour later, the convoy took a sharp left onto a smaller road. There was no sign, no indication of where it led, just a narrow strip of pavement disappearing into the desert. I hesitated, my gut telling me to keep going straight, but I turned. I don't know why. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was some instinct I couldn't explain. But the moment I made that turn, I knew I'd made a mistake. The new road was even darker, the stars barely visible through a thickening haze. My headlights seemed to dim, their beams swallowed by the blackness. And the trucks, those damn trucks, kept driving, their taillights flickering in and out of view as if they were teasing me, daring me to keep up. Then they stopped. All three rigs pulled over to the side of the road, their engines idling as I rolled to a halt behind them. I waited, expecting one of the drivers to climb out, maybe wave me down or explain what was going on. But no one moved. The cabs were dark, their windows reflecting the pale glow of my headlights. It was like the trucks were empty. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of my cab, my boots crunching on the cracked asphalt. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of oil and something else, something metallic like blood. I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. "Hey!" "Everything all right?" No answer. I approached the first truck cautiously, my flashlight cutting through the shadows. The door was slightly ajar, swinging open with a low creak when I gave it a push. The cab was empty. No driver, no logbook, no personal belongings. Just a faint, lingering scent of decay. I backed away, my pulse quickening. Something was very, very wrong. I turned to head back to my truck, but before I could take a step, I heard it, a soft, shuffling sound coming from the second truck. I swung the flashlight around, the beam landing on the open door. Something moved inside. "Hello," I called, my voice trembling. "You need help." What crawled out wasn't human. At first, I thought it was a person, hunched and dragging itself forward with jerky, unnatural movements. But as it stepped into the light, I saw the truth. Its skin was gray and leathery, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. Its eyes were huge and glossy, reflecting the beam of my flashlight like an animal caught in headlights. And its mouth, its mouth, was filled with jagged, broken teeth that looked like they'd been filed to points. It opened that mouth and hissed, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop to see if it was following me. I just bolted for my truck, my boots slipping on the asphalt as I climbed into the cab and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I hit the gas, the rig lurching forward as I swerved around the convoy. But they weren't done with me. The trucks came to life, their engines roaring as they pulled out behind me, their headlights blazing in my mirrors. I floored it, the speedometer climbing as I raced down the narrow road. The creatures were everywhere, darting between the trucks, their gangly limbs moving faster than anything that size had a right to. One of them leapt onto my trailer, its claws scraping against the metal as it tried to climb toward the cab. I swerved, trying to shake it loose, but it held on, its pale face appearing in my side mirror. Its mouth twisted into that awful grin, and it raised one clawed hand, slamming it against the window. The glass cracked, spiderwebbing under the force of the blow. Desperate, I yanked the wheel to the right, sending the rig skidding across the road. The creature lost its grip, tumbling into the darkness. But the others were still behind me, their trucks bearing down on me like predators closing in for the kill. Then I saw it, a sign, weathered and barely visible in the gloom. Main highway 2 miles. I pushed the truck harder, the engine screaming as I tore down the road. The lights of the convoy were still in my mirrors, but they were fading, growing dimmer as the road straightened, and the desert opened up around me. By the time I hit the highway, they were gone. I didn't stop until I reached the next truck stop, my hands still trembling as I parked and stumbled into the diner. The clerk gave me a strange look as I ordered coffee, probably wondering why I was drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost. I told him about the convoy, about the creatures and the empty trucks. He just shook his head. "Buddy," he said, "there ain't no road out there." Not for miles. I didn't argue. I didn't want to know. All I knew was that I'd gotten lucky, luckier than whoever had been driving those other trucks. Story 26. It was late December, and the desert air had a sharp chill that sank into your bones. I was hauling a load of produce out of Nogales, heading north toward Flagstaff. The highway was nearly deserted, the night sky a black void punctuated by the occasional star. I'd been driving for hours, my mind wandering as the miles ticked by, when I saw the red and blue lights in my mirrors. My stomach sank. I wasn't speeding, and my rig was in good shape, nothing that should have caught the attention of law enforcement. Still, I pulled over, the rumble of the engine fading as I killed the ignition. The patrol car parked behind me, its headlights flooding my cab with harsh, white light. The officer took his time getting out. I watched him approach in my side mirror, his silhouette long and thin against the glare. He didn't look quite right. His uniform hung awkwardly on his frame, the fabric stretched too tight across his shoulders. When he reached my window, I rolled it down just a crack. "Evening, officer," I said, forcing a smile. Something wrong, his face was off. His skin was pale, almost gray, and his eyes were small and deep-set, like they'd been pushed too far into his skull. When he smiled, his teeth were uneven, jagged, like they'd been filed into points. "License and registration," he said, his voice low and guttural, like he was struggling to form the words. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the glove box. "Yeah, sure. Can I ask what this is about?" His smile widened, splitting his face in a way that seemed unnatural. "Routine check. Just hand it over." My instincts screamed at me to drive, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this thing pretending to be a cop. But I didn't. Maybe it was fear. Maybe it was the ingrained habit of obeying authority, but I handed over my papers, my hand trembling slightly. He didn't even glance at them. Instead, he leaned closer, his face just inches from mine. That's when I noticed his smell, a sickly sweet odor, like rotting fruit. "You've been driving a long time tonight," he said, his voice dripping with something that might have been hunger. "Don't you think it's time to take a break?" My throat tightened. "I'm fine, thanks. Just trying to make my delivery on time." He didn't move. For a long moment, he just stared at me, his breath fogging the air between us. Then he stepped back, his movements jerky, almost mechanical. "Step out of the truck," he said. Something inside me snapped. "I don't think so, officer." His smile disappeared, replaced by an expression that can only be described as predatory. His limbs seemed to elongate, his arms too long, his legs bending at strange angles. He slammed his hand against the window, and I swear his fingers stretched, the nails curling into claws that scraped against the glass. "Step out of the truck," he repeated, his voice distorted now, layered with a low, inhuman growl. I didn't wait for him to say it a third time. My hands shot to the ignition, and the engine roared to life. I jammed the truck into gear and hit the gas, the rig lurching forward as the tires screamed against the pavement. In my mirrors, I saw the officer standing in the middle of the road, his limbs twitching as he watched me speed away. But he didn't stay there. A few minutes later, I heard a loud thud on the roof of the cab. My heart nearly stopped. Something heavy was up there, its weight shifting as it crawled toward the windshield. I swerved, trying to shake it loose, but whatever it was held on. Then a face appeared, a pale, distorted version of the officer, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. It slammed a clawed hand against the glass, the cracks spreading like a spiderweb. I screamed, jerking the wheel hard to the left. The rig veered onto the shoulder, the tires skidding on loose gravel. The creature lost its grip, tumbling off the side and disappearing into the darkness. But I didn't slow down. I didn't dare. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel, my pulse hammering in my ears. That's when the lights appeared behind me again. The red and blue strobes were back, brighter than before, chasing me down the empty highway. Only now there wasn't just one set. There were three, the patrol cars weaving across the lanes as they closed the distance. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had they been following me the whole time? Were they even real? The answer came when the first car rammed into my trailer. The impact jolted the rig, the tires screeching as I fought to keep it on the road. In the side mirror, I saw one of the officers climb out of the moving car, its body folding and unfolding like an insect as it leapt onto my truck. I floored it, the engine howling as the speedometer climbed past 80. The highway blurred around me, the dark shapes of the desert flashing by in the peripheral haze. But the creatures didn't stop. They clung to the rig like parasites, their claws tearing at the metal, their faces pressed against the windows, leering and snarling. Then I saw it, a rest stop up ahead, its lights flickering in the distance. It wasn't much, just a small diner and a few gas pumps, but it was something. A place with people. Safety. Maybe. I veered toward the exit, the rig shuddering as I took the turn too fast. The patrol cars followed, their engines roaring, their headlights cutting through the darkness like knives. I aimed for the diner, the bright neon sign glowing like a beacon. At the last second, I hit the brakes, the tires locking up as the rig skidded to a stop. The creatures weren't expecting it. One of the patrol cars smashed into the back of the trailer, the impact throwing its passenger into the side of the building. The others scattered, their bodies moving with an unnatural, animalistic grace as they disappeared into the shadows. I jumped out of the cab, my legs shaking as I stumbled toward the diner. The door burst open and the cook stepped out, his face a mix of confusion and alarm. "Buddy, you all right?" he asked, his voice cutting through the chaos. I didn't answer. I just pointed back at the highway, where the wreckage of the patrol car was already starting to dissolve, its metal and glass breaking down into a fine, black mist. The cook stared, his jaw slack. "You should call the cops," I said, my voice hoarse. "The real ones." He nodded, pulling out his phone as I collapsed into a chair, my hands still trembling. I didn't sleep that night. Didn't even try. I just sat there, staring out the window, waiting for the red and blue lights to come back. They never did. But I still see them sometimes, in my dreams, in the corners of my vision when I'm driving late at night. I don't know what those things were, and I don't want to know. All I know is this. If you're ever driving alone on a dark stretch of highway and you see a cop car pull up behind you, think twice before you stop. Because sometimes, what's out there isn't human. Story 27. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural, not really. But after what happened on that lonely stretch of road outside Elko, Nevada, I don't know what to believe anymore. It was late, past 2 a.m., and I was running behind schedule. A storm was rolling in, dark clouds pressing down on the desert like a lid on a pot. The headlights of my rig barely cut through the gloom. The road ahead was empty, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like the last person left on Earth. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes gritty and my brain fogged from too much bad coffee. That's when I saw the toll booth. Now, I've driven this route more times than I can count, and there's never been a toll booth on Highway 93. But there it was, standing in the middle of the road like it had been plucked out of another world. A single light flickered above it, casting long, jagged shadows across the pavement. The booth itself was old, weathered wood with a glass window that was too fogged up to see through. I slowed to a crawl, my tires crunching over loose gravel as I pulled up to the gate. There was no sign, no rates, just a small red light above a drop-down bar. I leaned out of the cab, squinting through the drizzle. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself. That's when the operator stepped into view. At first, I thought he was just a regular guy. He wore a faded uniform, the kind toll workers used to wear back in the day. But as he moved closer, I noticed something off. His limbs were too long, his posture slightly hunched, like he was trying to fit himself into a shape he didn't belong in. His face was pale and waxy, his eyes hidden in shadow beneath the brim of his cap. "Good evening," he said, his voice smooth but hollow, like wind blowing through an empty bottle. "This is a toll road. You must pay to pass." I forced a laugh, though it came out shaky. "A toll road? Since when?" "I've driven this highway a dozen times. There's no toll here." His head tilted slightly, his smile stretching wider than it should have. "There is tonight." A shiver ran down my spine, but I told myself it was just the cold. "All right, fine. How much?" He leaned closer, and I caught a whiff of something sour and metallic like old blood. "The toll isn't money," he said, his smile fading. "It's a piece of you." I blinked, my hands tightening on the wheel. "What the hell does that mean? A piece of your voice? A sliver of your shadow? A fragment of your reflection? Just a little piece, trucker." "Hardly anything at all." My stomach churned. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to throw the truck into reverse and get the hell out of there. But his eyes, God, his eyes pinned me in place. They were black and depthless, like staring into the bottom of a well. "I'm not giving you anything," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The man's expression didn't change, but the air seemed to grow heavier, colder. "Then you don't pass," he said simply. "But you won't turn back either." I glanced in my mirrors and my heart nearly stopped. The road behind me was gone, swallowed by a wall of swirling darkness. There was nothing there, no desert, no stars, just an endless void. "What the hell is this?" I shouted, panic rising in my chest. "This is the toll," he said, his voice sharper now, like a blade scraping against bone. "You will pay one way or another." I didn't wait for him to explain. My hand shot to the gearshift, and I slammed it into reverse, flooring the gas. The rig roared, tires spinning on the slick asphalt, but I didn't move an inch. It was like the truck was stuck in cement. I glanced back at the booth, and the man was smiling again, his teeth glinting in the dim light. "Running won't save you," he said. "You're already mine. That did it." I grabbed the flashlight from the dashboard and threw open the door, jumping down into the freezing rain. "What the hell do you want from me?" I yelled, the beam of the flashlight shaking in my trembling hand. He stepped closer, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on tangled strings. "Your shadow," he said, pointing at my feet. "It's such a small thing, so insignificant. You won't even miss it." I looked down and my shadow was there, stretched long and thin in the flickering light. It didn't move right, though. It twitched and shifted like it had a mind of its own. "No," I said, backing away. "You're not taking anything from me." He sighed, the sound rattling like dead leaves. "You mortals are always so stubborn." Then he lunged. I barely had time to react. I swung the flashlight, the heavy metal casing connecting with his arm. It bent backward with a sickening crack, but he didn't stop. His other hand shot out, clawed fingers reaching for my shadow, and I stumbled back, falling hard onto the wet pavement. "Give it to me," he snarled, his voice a guttural roar now. His face was changing, twisting, the skin sloughing off to reveal something darker, something inhuman. Desperate, I scrambled to my feet and ran for the booth. The light inside was brighter now, almost blinding, and I could feel its heat on my skin. I didn't know what I was doing, just that I had to get away from him. I threw myself into the booth, slamming the door behind me. The man, or whatever he was, screamed in fury, his claws raking against the glass. Inside, the air was thick and suffocating, the walls covered in strange symbols that pulsed with a faint, red glow. On the counter was a book, old and leather-bound, its pages filled with names. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, each written in shaky, desperate handwriting. I flipped through, my heart pounding. At the bottom of the last page, there was a blank line, waiting to be filled. "Write your name," the man hissed, his face pressed against the glass. "Give me your name and I'll let you go." My hands shook as I picked up the pen, the tip hovering over the paper. But then I stopped. I wasn't going to give him anything. Not my name, not my shadow, not my voice. Instead, I grabbed the book and hurled it at the window. The glass shattered, and the man shrieked, his body convulsing as light poured out of the booth. The symbols on the walls flared bright, then faded, and the air around me seemed to crackle and break apart. When I opened my eyes, I was sitting in my truck, the engine idling. The road ahead was clear, the toll booth gone. For a long moment, I just sat there, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly they ached. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what I saw or why I was spared. All I know is that I'll never take this route again. Story 28. It started like any other long haul. The sun had dipped below the mountains, and the highway stretched out ahead like a ribbon of black tar. My CB was silent, and the only sound was the low hum of my rig and the occasional blast of wind against the cab. I just passed through a small Nevada town, name escapes me now, and was heading into the desolate stretch of desert that runs for miles without so much as a gas station. Around midnight, I noticed the first sign of trouble. Up ahead, flashing amber lights lit up the road. Construction. At this hour, it wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. As I got closer, I saw the source, a line of orange traffic barrels narrowing the lanes, and a crew of workers standing under floodlights. Their vests glowed neon in the harsh light, and I could see one of them waving me down with a flashlight. "Great," I muttered. "Just what I need." I rolled down the window as I slowed to a crawl. The worker approached, and something about him didn't sit right. His face was mostly hidden under a wide-brimmed hard hat, but his movements were jerky, almost mechanical, like he wasn't used to walking. His flashlight beam danced erratically as he motioned me to stop. "Road's closed up ahead," he said, his voice low and scratchy. "You'll need to take the detour." I frowned, leaning out the window. "Detour? Where's it go?" He tilted his head, the brim of his hat throwing strange shadows over his face. "It loops back to the main highway. You'll lose maybe 10 minutes. His lips curled into a grin, wide and unnatural, teeth gleaming in the light. "We'll guide you through." Something about that grin made my stomach twist. I glanced past him at the rest of the crew. They were standing eerily still, tools in hand, staring straight at me. I couldn't make out their faces, but their reflective vests glinted in the floodlights, and their silhouettes looked wrong. Shoulders too broad, legs too long, proportions that didn't seem human. "Look, I've driven this road 100 times," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Never seen a detour here before." The worker's grin didn't falter. "Things change." He pointed to a narrow dirt road just beyond the barrels. "It's this way." Trust me, I didn't trust him. Not one bit. But the way his eyes, deep set and glinting like animal eyes, bored into mine made it hard to argue. Reluctantly, I eased the truck forward, following his flashlight beam toward the detour. The dirt road was uneven, bouncing the rig hard enough to rattle my teeth. In my mirrors, the construction site faded into the distance, swallowed by the night. The road curved sharply, and soon I was surrounded by darkness. The floodlights, the crew, everything was gone. I slowed to a crawl, my gut telling me I'd made a mistake. That's when I noticed the red lights. At first, I thought it was the reflection of my taillights, but no, these were ahead of me, 2 pinpricks glowing like embers in the dark. They hovered just above the ground, unmoving. Then they blinked. I slammed on the brakes, the truck shuddering to a stop. My heart was pounding as I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The lights were gone, swallowed by the black. I sat there for what felt like forever, waiting for something to happen. Then I heard it, a low scraping sound like metal dragging across asphalt. It came from behind. My blood turned cold as I checked the mirrors. Nothing, just empty road. But the sound grew louder, closer, until it was right outside the cab. With shaking hands, I reached for the door lock and pressed it down. That's when something slammed against the driver's side window. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Whipping my head around, I saw a face pressed against the glass. It was one of the workers, or at least, it looked like one at first glance. But its eyes, they glowed bright red, the pupils slitted like a snake's. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its skull, and its mouth was too wide, filled with sharp, jagged teeth. It grinned at me, its breath fogging up the glass. "Going somewhere," it hissed, its voice a raspy whisper that made my skin crawl. I didn't answer. I didn't even think. My foot slammed on the gas, and the truck roared to life. The thing's face vanished as the rig lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I didn't care where the road led. I just needed to get away. But the nightmare wasn't over. In the mirrors, I saw them. More of those things, dozens of them, running after the truck. Their bodies moved unnaturally, limbs twisting and bending in ways they shouldn't. They were fast, faster than anything human, and they were gaining on me. I floored it, the engine screaming as the rig barreled down the narrow dirt road. The trailer bounced and swayed, threatening to tip with every sharp turn, but I couldn't slow down. Not with those things behind me. Then the road ended. It just stopped, dropping off into a gaping black chasm. I hit the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt inches from the edge. My heart was racing, my hands slick with sweat as I stared into the abyss. There was no way forward. Behind me, the creatures were closing in. I didn't think. I couldn't. I threw the truck into reverse, spinning the wheel hard. The trailer swung wide, slamming into one of the creatures and sending it flying. I gunned the engine, the rig tearing back down the road. The thing scattered, but I knew they wouldn't give up. The construction site came into view, its floodlights piercing the darkness. I didn't slow down. The workers, the real ones, or maybe more of the creatures, were still standing there, motionless. As I barreled toward them, they parted, their glowing eyes following me as I plowed through the barrels and back onto the main highway. I didn't stop. Not until I was miles away, the glow of the construction site long behind me. When I finally pulled into a truck stop, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn off the ignition. I stumbled out of the cab, gasping for air, and checked the trailer. Deep gouges ran down the sides like claw marks, and the back doors were dented as if something, or someone, had tried to pry them open. I don't know what those things were, or why they were out there. I don't want to know. Whatever they're building, it's not meant for us. Story 29. I was hauling a shipment of machinery from Houston to Albuquerque. I'd gotten a late start that day, and by the time I hit the outskirts of some tiny no-name town, the clock was pushing midnight. My eyelids felt like lead, and I knew I needed to pull over before I ran my rig off the road. Problem was, the next truck stop was another 30 miles up the highway. That's when I spotted it. Off to the left, just beyond the cracked asphalt of a desolate service road, I saw the towering silhouettes of an oil field. The rigs stood like skeletons against the moonlight, their frames weathered and rusted. A faded sign near the entrance read, "Garrison Oil Company." No trespassing. I figured the place had been shut down for years. But beggars can't be choosers. The lot looked big enough to park my rig, and I figured I'd grab a few hours of sleep before hitting the road again. I turned onto the service road, the gravel crunching beneath my tires. The air changed as I pulled in, heavier somehow, like the weight of all that empty machinery pressed down on the night. I parked near a cluster of old pump jacks and killed the engine. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of metal in the wind. It felt wrong somehow, but exhaustion got the better of me. I locked the doors, climbed into the sleeper cab, and pulled the blanket over my head. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when the first sound woke me. A faint tapping, like fingernails on glass. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding. For a second, I thought it was just the wind. But then I heard it again, tap, 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 right against the passenger side window. I stayed frozen, staring into the darkness. Finally, I worked up the nerve to peek out the curtain. There was nothing there. Just the empty lot, bathed in pale moonlight. I shook my head, chalking it up to paranoia, and climbed back into bed. The second time, it wasn't a tap, it was a bang. A hard, deliberate thud that shook the whole cab. I bolted upright, adrenaline flooding my veins. Grabbing my flashlight, I threw open the curtain and scanned the lot. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. Figures moving between the rigs, their shapes hazy and indistinct. They shimmered like heat waves, their forms flickering in and out of focus. But as they got closer, I could see them clearly, men in oil-stained coveralls, their faces blackened and blistered, their eyes glowing an unholy orange. I fumbled with the keys trying to start the engine, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold them. One of the figures stepped closer, his boots crunching on the gravel. His head was tilted at an unnatural angle, the skin on his neck charred and peeling. He raised a hand, pointing straight at me. "You shouldn't be here," he rasped, his voice a hollow echo that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the truck into gear. Gravel sprayed as I tore out of the lot, the headlights cutting through the darkness. But as I sped down the service road, the figures didn't disappear. They were everywhere, lining the road, standing on the rigs, their burning eyes fixed on me. One of them stepped directly into my path. I swerved hard, nearly losing control of the rig. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, he was gone. But the others were still there, pacing me on either side of the truck. The road seemed to stretch forever, twisting and turning in ways it hadn't when I came in. No matter how fast I drove, I couldn't find the highway. Panic clawed at my chest as the radio crackled to life. "Help us," a voice whispered, faint and static-filled. I nearly jumped out of my skin, my eyes darting to the CB. The voice came again, louder this time. "They left us here. Burned us alive. Now you're one of us." The air inside the cab grew stifling, the smell of smoke filling my nostrils. My eyes watered as I coughed, struggling to breathe. The flames started small, licks of fire curling up from the floor mats. I stomped at them, but they spread, climbing up the dashboard and engulfing the radio. And then, just as suddenly as they appeared, the flames vanished. I was sitting in the cab, drenched in sweat, the air clear again. But the smell of burning flesh lingered, and the radio was still hissing with static. I don't know how, but I finally found the highway. The service road spat me out onto the asphalt, and I floored it, not daring to look back. It wasn't until I reached the lights of a truck stop that I let myself breathe. I pulled into a spot, shut off the engine, and stumbled out of the cab. The cool night air felt like a blessing, but my knees were shaking so badly I could barely stand. That's when I noticed the handprint. It was burned into the driver's side door, the outline blackened and smoldering, as if someone had pressed a red-hot palm against the metal. I don't stop near abandoned places anymore. No matter how tired I am, I keep driving until I find somewhere safe. And if you're ever out near West Texas and see an old oil field, do yourself a favor. Keep driving. Don't stop. Story 30. Let me tell you something I never expected to say. I don't trust my own dog anymore. And it kills me to admit that because for the last 6 years, he's been my closest companion on the road. His name is Buddy, a big, goofy German shepherd with a coat like dark honey and a bark that could scare off a grizzly. Buddy's always been my protector, my co-pilot, my best friend. But now, I don't even know what he is anymore. It started on a run from Denver to Salt Lake City. I'd picked up a shipment of construction materials, and Buddy was snoozing in the passenger seat, his head resting on the dashboard. We'd been on the road for hours, the landscape shifting from sprawling suburbs to endless stretches of nothing. Somewhere along I-70, I spotted a gas station, a rundown joint with a flickering neon sign and a single pump. I figured it'd be my last chance to fill up before hitting the real backroads. I pulled in, and Buddy immediately perked up, his ears twitching like he'd heard something I hadn't. "Easy, boy," I muttered, scratching his head. He growled low in his throat, staring out the windshield at nothing in particular. It was so out of character that it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Inside, the gas station felt off. The air was stale, and the cashier didn't say a word when I walked in, just stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. I grabbed a coffee and some snacks for the road, feeling that itch between my shoulders like someone was watching me. When I got back to the truck, Buddy was pacing in the cab, his claws clicking on the floor mats. His ears were pinned back, his tail stiff. "What's gotten into you?" I asked, but he just kept growling, low and menacing. I tried to calm him down, but he snapped at my hand a warning nip, but still. Buddy had never done that before. I should have turned around right then. Should have found a motel, called a vet, something. But I figured he was just spooked by the weird vibe of the gas station. So I got us back on the road. That's when the real trouble started. About an hour later, the night swallowed the highway whole. No streetlights, no signs, just the beam of my headlights cutting through the dark. Buddy was in the back of the cab now, lying down, but his breathing was heavy, labored almost. It was loud enough to make me glance in the rearview mirror, and what I saw made my stomach twist. His eyes were glowing, not reflecting the light, like an animal's eyes do in the dark, but glowing, like embers in a dying fire. His fur looked darker, matted somehow, and his muscles twitched under his skin like something was crawling beneath it. "Buddy," I said, my voice shaking. He lifted his head and growled, a deep, guttural sound that didn't even sound like him anymore. The cab felt smaller suddenly, like the walls were closing in. The air smelled wrong, sharp and metallic like blood and rust. I pulled over to the side of the road, my heart hammering in my chest. "All right, boy, let's get you out for some fresh air," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. When I opened the door, Buddy didn't move. He just stared at me, his glowing eyes narrowing. His lips pulled back in a snarl, revealing teeth that looked sharper than they should have been. Longer. I reached for his collar, and that's when he lunged. It happened so fast, I barely had time to react. 1 second, he was on the floor of the cab. The next, he was on top of me, his claws digging into my shoulders. His face was inches from mine, and it wasn't Buddy anymore. His muzzle had elongated, his fur darkened to an almost black sheen, and his teeth were jagged, too big for his mouth. "Buddy, stop," I shouted, but the thing on top of me wasn't listening. Somehow, I managed to shove him off and scramble out of the truck. I slammed the door shut, trapping him inside. He threw himself against the window, his claws leaving deep gouges in the glass. His growls turned into something else, howls that echoed across the empty desert, high-pitched and bone-chilling. I stumbled back, trying to catch my breath. My shoulder was bleeding where his claws had torn through my jacket. The truck rocked as he thrashed inside, the howls growing louder, more frantic. And then they stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. I stared at the cab, my heart pounding, waiting for him to lunge at the window again. But when the door creaked open on its own, I realized I had locked the cab from the inside. That thing, whatever Buddy had turned into, it opened the door. It stepped out slowly, its movements unnaturally smooth. It stood on 2 legs now, towering over me, its glowing eyes locked on mine. Its mouth twisted into something that might have been a grin, its teeth glinting in the moonlight. "You shouldn't have stopped," it said, its voice a raspy growl that didn't belong in this world. I ran. I didn't even think, I just ran down the highway, my boots pounding the asphalt. I could hear it behind me, its claws scraping against the road as it followed. Somehow, I spotted a rest stop up ahead, a single building with flickering lights. I don't know how I made it, but I threw myself through the door and slammed it shut behind me. The inside was empty, just a single vending machine and a payphone. The thing outside didn't try to break in. Instead, it paced in front of the building, its glowing eyes staring through the glass. It started howling again, long and mournful, and soon, I realized it wasn't alone. Figures emerged from the darkness, other shapes, other things, each one twisted and wrong in its own way. They circled the building, their eyes glowing like Buddy's, their howls blending into a chorus of madness. I grabbed the payphone, my hands shaking, and dialed 911. The operator picked up, but before I could say a word, the line went dead. The lights in the rest stop flickered, and the howling stopped. When I turned back to the window, they were gone. I don't know how long I stayed in that rest stop, but eventually the sun came up and the world felt normal again. I made it back to my truck, but Buddy was gone. The cab was torn to shreds, the seats ripped apart, the dashboard clawed beyond recognition. I haven't seen him since, but sometimes, late at night when I'm out on the road, I hear howling in the distance. And it sounds just like him. Story 31. It started with a job out of Jacksonville. I was hauling a load of prefab steel to a site in Baton Rouge. It should have been a straight shot, but a wreck on the interstate threw a wrench in my plans. Traffic was backed up for miles, and dispatch told me to take an alternate route. I didn't argue. Deadlines are deadlines and time is money. The detour took me down a state road that quickly turned into a forgotten stretch of cracked asphalt, flanked on either side by dense swamp. Spanish moss hung from the trees like skeletal fingers, and the air was heavy, humid enough to cling to my skin even with the AC blasting. The GPS was spotty out there, but I figured as long as the road stayed straight, I'd make it through. Then the road didn't stay straight. About 15 miles in, the pavement ended without warning, turning into a rutted dirt track. My headlights caught a sign nailed to a leaning post. Road closed. The letters were faded, nearly illegible under a layer of grime. I pulled over, grabbed my phone, and tried to find another way around, but there was no signal. That's when I noticed the sound, or more accurately, the lack of sound. No frogs croaking, no insects buzzing, nothing but the faint creak of my rig settling on its suspension. The silence was so complete it felt wrong, like the swamp was holding its breath. Against my better judgment, I decided to keep going. The dirt track was narrow, barely wide enough for my trailer, but it didn't look like anyone had actually closed it off. No barricades, no cones, just that sign. I figured maybe the locals used it anyway. The farther I went, the worse it got. The road became a maze of puddles and mud, the kind that sticks to your tires and drags you down. My high beams barely cut through the thick fog that had rolled in, and the trees seemed to close in, their gnarled roots creeping onto the track like they wanted to pull me under. That's when I saw them. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. Shapes moving in the mist, low and sluggish, like shadows that didn't belong to anything. But as I crept closer, I realized they were people, or something that used to be people. They were coated head to toe in black mud, their bodies twisted and hunched. Chains hung from their wrists and ankles, dragging through the muck with a metallic scrape that made my skin crawl. Their faces were obscured, but I could feel their eyes, dozens of them, watching me from the shadows. I slammed on the brakes, my heart hammering in my chest. "What the hell?" I muttered. The figures didn't react. They just stood there, swaying gently, their chains clinking in rhythm with some unseen force. I reached for my CB, but the static that crackled through the speaker was thick and oppressive, like something was jamming the signal. One of them stepped forward, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette on broken strings. The mud on its face cracked as it turned toward me, revealing empty eye sockets that seemed to burn with a faint, sickly green glow. "Turn back," it rasped, the voice low and wet, like it was gargling the swamp itself. I didn't need to be told twice. I threw the truck into reverse, but the tires spun uselessly in the mud. Panic set in as the engine roared and the trailer rocked, but the rig wasn't moving. I was stuck. The figures began to close in, their chains rattling louder now, the sound filling the cab like a death knell. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for the door lock, but it wouldn't budge. The locks had jammed, trapping me inside. "Turn back," the voice repeated, but this time it was closer. The figures were at the truck now, their hands slapping against the doors and windows, leaving streaks of black sludge that seemed to eat into the glass. One of them climbed onto the hood, its face pressed against the windshield. Its mouth was open too wide, revealing rows of broken, jagged teeth that dripped with something dark and viscous. In a blind panic, I reached under the seat for the crowbar I kept there. When the glass finally shattered, I swung with everything I had, the metal connecting with the figure's head. It let out a shriek that didn't sound human, its body dissolving into a puddle of black ooze that reeked of rot. But there were more. The cab was filling with them now, their hands clawing at me, their chains wrapping around my legs and pulling me toward the open door. I kicked and swung, my boots slipping in the slime they left behind. "Turn back," they chanted, their voices rising in a grotesque harmony. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to free myself, grabbing the fire extinguisher from the mount behind the seat. I sprayed it wildly, the foam hissing as it hit their bodies. They recoiled, their shapes writhing and breaking apart, but the fog outside was thickening, swirling with the same sickly green glow as their eyes. I stumbled out of the cab, my boots sinking into the mud. The road was gone, swallowed by the swamp, and the truck was sinking fast. The figures circled me, their movements more deliberate now, their chains tightening like a noose around my chest. "Turn back," they said one last time, their voices blending into a deafening roar. Then the ground gave way. I fell into the swamp, the muck closing over my head. I clawed at the water, desperate for air, but something grabbed my ankle, pulling me deeper. Just when I thought I was done for, a blinding light pierced the darkness, and the grip on my leg released. I broke the surface, gasping for breath, and saw the truck's headlights cutting through the fog. The figures were gone, their chains lying limp in the mud. I didn't waste any time. I hauled myself out of the water and climbed back into the cab, my hands slipping on the wheel as I slammed it into gear. Somehow, the truck lurched forward, the tires finding purchase on solid ground. I drove like a man possessed, the swamp fading into the rearview as the road reappeared. By the time I reached a gas station, the sun was rising, painting the horizon in shades of red and gold. The attendant looked at me like I'd crawled out of a grave. "You all right, man?" he asked. "No," I said, my voice hoarse. "But I'm alive. I never found out what happened in that swamp, and I don't want to know. All I know is this: if you see a sign that says road closed, take it seriously." Story 32. It was late November, and I was heading up through the backroads of northern Montana with a load of machinery parts. The sky was the kind of gray that swallowed up the stars, and the cold crept through the cab no matter how high I cranked the heat. It had been a brutal day of delays, missed meals, and fatigue pulling at my bones. When I saw the neon sign for the Shadow Pines Motel flickering in the distance, I didn't think twice. The sign was half broken, casting eerie pink and blue glows onto the frosted ground. Beneath it, the words "Truckers Welcome" blinked weakly. I pulled into the gravel lot, noting how the place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, faded paint, sagging roof, and a row of doors with peeling numbers. Still, it had a bed, and that was good enough for me. The guy at the desk was an older man with watery eyes and a bad comb-over. He barely glanced at me as he slid over the room key. "Room 7, he said, his voice low and raspy. "Checkout's at 10. Don't stay past that." I should have been put off by the odd tone, but exhaustion made me shrug it off. I grabbed the key, headed to my room, and tried not to notice how empty the lot was. The room wasn't much better than the exterior, faded floral wallpaper, a bed that creaked if you even looked at it, and a mirror that took up most of one wall. But it was warm, and I wasn't in the mood to be picky. I threw my bag on the chair, kicked off my boots and fell onto the bed, staring up at the cracked ceiling. That's when I noticed the first thing that was wrong. The mirror. It was positioned directly across from the bed, and I swear the reflection felt off, like the room in the glass didn't quite match the one I was lying in. I chalked it up to being overtired and turned on the TV, flipping through static-filled channels until I landed on some old black and white movie. That's when I saw movement in the mirror. At first, I thought it was just me shifting on the bed, but when I froze, the figure didn't. It was a shadow, a tall, distorted shape that lingered at the edge of the glass, just out of focus. My stomach twisted as I sat up and stared directly at the mirror. The room behind me was empty. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe a trick of the light or the TV. But something about it felt wrong, like a cold hand pressing against the back of my neck. I decided to sleep with the TV on, the noise filling the otherwise suffocating silence. Sleep didn't come easy. I woke sometime after midnight, drenched in sweat despite the room's chill. The TV was off, though I didn't remember turning it off. The only light came from the flickering neon outside the window, casting faint, uneven shadows across the walls. Then I heard it. A faint shuffling, like footsteps dragging across the thin carpet. My heart slammed into my ribs as I lay perfectly still, straining to hear. The sound grew louder, closer, and I swore I saw one of the shadows move. My gaze snapped to the mirror, and my breath caught in my throat. The reflection wasn't right. In the glass, the door to my room was open, swinging gently on its hinges. A figure stood in the hallway, its body wrapped in shifting darkness that writhed and pulsed like it was alive. It didn't have a face, just a void where its features should have been, a black hole that seemed to suck the light from the room. I turned my head to the actual door. It was shut, locked, but when I looked back at the mirror, the figure was closer, stepping into the room with slow, deliberate movements. My pulse roared in my ears as I scrambled off the bed and backed away, never taking my eyes off the glass. The shadow didn't stop. It reached the bed, its formless head tilting as if it were looking at me. Then it turned its gaze toward the real door, and I swear I felt it smile, even without a face. The lights flickered, and for a moment, the room plunged into darkness. When the light returned, the figure was gone. I didn't sleep after that. At the first hint of dawn, I threw my bag over my shoulder and bolted for the door, not caring that I hadn't checked out. But when I stepped into the hallway, my blood turned to ice. The air was thick, almost heavy, and the light outside the motel windows was dim, like the sun hadn't fully risen. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, and every door was slightly ajar, creaking faintly as if they were being pushed by unseen hands. I moved quickly, keeping my head down as I headed for the exit. But halfway there, I heard a low, guttural whisper. "Ben, my name." I froze, my eyes darting toward the mirrors lining the hallway. They were warped, the glass rippling like water, and in each one I saw them. The shadows, dozens of them, moving behind me, their eyeless faces turned toward me as they dragged themselves through the reflections. Some reached for the glass, their hands pressing against it like they were trying to break through. "Ben," the whisper came again, louder this time. I bolted, my boots pounding against the carpet as I raced for the door. The whispers rose to a deafening chorus, the shadows spilling out of the mirrors, their chains rattling like iron nails scraping against glass. When I finally burst into the parking lot, the cold air hit me like a slap to the face. The whispers stopped, and the motel fell silent behind me. I didn't look back. I climbed into my rig, fired up the engine, and sped out of there, not caring that my logbook was a mess or that I'd left my deposit on the counter. It wasn't until I was 100 miles down the road, the morning sun finally breaking through the clouds, that I dared to breathe again. But the feeling didn't last. At my next stop, I went to clean the windshield, only to notice something in the corner of the glass. A smear of black shaped like a handprint. I haven't stopped at another roadside motel since, and I never will. Story 33. It started like any other haul. I was running late, trying to make up time on a lonely stretch of Montana backroad. The kind of place where the radio turns to static, and the only thing keeping you company is the hum of your engine and the darkness pressing in from all sides. The load was a heavy one, steel beams bound for a construction site, and the rig was running like a dream. But the feeling in the air was different. Like the road was holding its breath, waiting for something. It was around 11 p.m. when I spotted it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow cast by the high beams. A tall, dark figure standing perfectly still at the side of the road, barely visible in the corner of my eye. But as I got closer, it didn't move. Not an inch. My stomach dropped when I realized it wasn't a trick of the light, it was real. The thing was huge, standing easily 7 or 8 feet tall, its body unnaturally lean but packed with muscle. It had the build of a predator, with long limbs and a head too large for its frame. And its face, or what I could see of it, was covered in matted fur, with glowing yellow eyes that burned like headlights. Those eyes locked onto me as I approached, and I swear I felt them pierce straight through the glass of my windshield, freezing my hands on the wheel. I should have hit the brakes, turned around, found another route. But instead, I did what every idiot in a horror story does. I kept driving. I told myself it was just some stray animal, maybe a bear with mange or a trick of exhaustion. But deep down, I knew better. As my truck roared past, the thing's head snapped toward me, and I caught a glimpse of its mouth, jagged teeth that glinted in the moonlight, too large and too sharp for anything that belonged on this earth. And then it moved. 1 second it was standing there, and the next it was sprinting alongside the rig, its legs a blur of motion. I slammed on the gas, the engine roaring in protest as I pushed it harder than I ever had before. But no matter how fast I went, it kept pace, its body a dark blur just outside the passenger side window. I stole a glance in the side mirror, hoping, praying that I was imagining it. But there it was, bounding effortlessly beside me, its glowing eyes locked onto mine through the glass. Worse, it was getting closer. I grabbed the CB radio, my hands shaking so badly I could barely press the button. Anyone on Route 116? I've got something chasing me. Big as hell and fast, real fast. My voice cracked as I shouted into the void, but the static on the other end was deafening. No response. The thing let out a sound then, something between a howl and a snarl, low and guttural. It vibrated through the cab, making my teeth ache. I gripped the wheel tighter, forcing myself to focus on the road. Whatever this thing was, it wanted me to stop, and that was the last thing I was going to do. I pushed the rig to its limit, the speedometer climbing higher than I'd ever dared before. But the faster I went, the closer it got. I could see it clearly now, its massive claws tearing into the asphalt as it ran, its muscles rippling under its dark, matted fur. And then it did something that made my blood turn to ice. It leapt. The impact shook the cab as the thing landed on the roof, its claws scraping against the metal. The sound was deafening, like nails on a chalkboard, but amplified 100 times over. I swerved instinctively, trying to shake it off, but it held fast, its weight pressing down on the rig as if daring me to lose control. I reached for the tire iron stashed under the seat, my knuckles white as I gripped the cold steel. The cab felt like a coffin, the air thick with the stench of wet fur and decay. I could hear it now, its claws digging deeper, its snarls vibrating through the walls. It was trying to rip its way inside. My mind raced as I searched for a plan, any plan. The highway stretched endlessly ahead. No signs, no exits, just miles of darkness. And then up ahead I saw it, a bridge. The idea hit me like a lightning bolt. If I could time it just right, I could use the bridge to knock it off. I gritted my teeth, my hands slick with sweat as I tightened my grip on the wheel. The thing on the roof snarled louder, as if sensing my plan. As I approached the bridge, I veered slightly to the left, aiming for the low steel beams that framed its edge. The rig groaned as it swayed, but I held steady, my heart pounding in my ears. Just a little closer, the impact was brutal. The roof of the cab scraped against the beam, and I heard a deafening screech as the thing was ripped off, its body slamming into the steel before tumbling off the side of the bridge. The truck shuddered violently, but I kept going, my foot glued to the gas pedal. I didn't stop until I saw the lights of a truck stop glinting on the horizon. When I finally pulled into the lot, I stumbled out of the cab, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. The truck was a mess, the roof dented and scratched, chunks of fur caught in the metal. I made my way inside, the fluorescent lights burning my eyes as I collapsed into a booth. The waitress gave me a concerned look, but didn't ask questions. I ordered coffee, my hands trembling as I tried to hold the mug. I wanted to believe it was over, that whatever that thing was, it had been left behind on that bridge. But as I sat there, staring out the window into the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that those glowing yellow eyes were still watching. I haven't driven Route 116 since, and I never will. If you're ever out there, keep your eyes on the road and your foot on the gas. Because if you see it, the roadside watcher, you won't get a second chance. Story 34. It was a chilly October night, and I was running a late delivery out of Denver, bound for Salt Lake City. The route was familiar, wide highways, not much traffic, and just enough truck stops to keep you fueled and fed. But about halfway through the run, I ran into construction. The detour signs led me onto a smaller, winding road that snaked through miles of empty farmland. My GPS wasn't happy, but I figured it was just a hiccup. Roads like this didn't bother me. In fact, I kind of liked them. They had a quietness to them, a sense of solitude. I had just passed an old, weathered barn when I saw him. A man standing on the shoulder, his thumb out. He was tall and thin, dressed in a black coat that looked a little too big for him. His face was pale, almost sickly, and he carried a small, square box under one arm. Hitchhikers aren't exactly common out here, and something about him made me hesitate. But the road stretched empty for miles, and the guy looked harmless enough. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. He climbed into the cab without a word, settling into the passenger seat like he belonged there. His eyes were dark, almost black, and he had this strange smell about him, earthy, like damp soil. I tried to make small talk. "Where you headed?" I asked, keeping my tone light. He didn't answer right away, just stared out the windshield. Finally, he said, "Anywhere but here." His voice was low and raspy, like he hadn't used it in a while. Not exactly comforting. The silence that followed was thick, the kind that makes your skin crawl. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye. He wasn't looking at me, but he was holding that box like it was something precious. I couldn't help myself. "What's in the box?" I asked. His head turned slowly toward me, and for a moment I wished I hadn't asked. There was something in his expression, something wrong. He smiled, but it wasn't the kind of smile that puts you at ease. It was sharp, almost predatory. "A gift," he said. "For you." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded and kept my eyes on the road. The miles dragged on, the air in the cab growing heavier by the minute. Every so often, I'd catch him watching me out of the corner of my eye, his fingers drumming softly against the box. About 20 minutes in, he spoke again. "This is good," he said abruptly. "I'll get out here." We were in the middle of nowhere, no lights, no buildings, just an endless stretch of dark road. But I wasn't about to argue. I pulled over, and he climbed out without a word. He set the box on the seat and shut the door. Then he leaned in through the open window, his face inches from mine. "Don't open it," he said. His voice was calm, but there was a warning in it. "No matter what you hear." Before I could respond, he turned and walked into the darkness, disappearing like he'd never been there at all. I sat there for a moment, my heart pounding. The box sat on the seat, small and unassuming, its surface carved with intricate designs. It didn't look dangerous, just old, like something you'd find in an antique shop. I told myself I'd drop it off at the next truck stop and forget about it. But as I started driving, the air in the cab felt off. Colder, heavier, and then the noise started. At first it was faint, like a heartbeat. A soft, rhythmic thumping coming from inside the box. I told myself it was the road, the vibrations from the engine, but deep down I knew better. The sound grew louder, more insistent until it filled the cab. My hands tightened on the wheel, my knuckles white. "Don't open it," I whispered to myself, repeating the hitchhiker's warning like a mantra. But curiosity is a powerful thing, and fear is an even stronger motivator. I had to know what was inside. I pulled onto the shoulder, my headlights cutting through the darkness. The box sat there, innocent and unmoving, the thumping now so loud it felt like it was coming from inside my chest. My hands trembled as I reached for it, the carved surface cool under my fingers. Slowly, I lifted the lid. I wish I hadn't. Inside was an organ. A heart, but not like any heart I'd ever seen. It was too large, its surface slick and black, veins snaking across it like roots. And it was alive, pulsing and twitching as though it were still connected to something. The stench of decay filled the cab and I gagged, nearly dropping the box. The thumping grew louder, a deafening roar that seemed to shake the entire truck. And then the shadows moved. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but as I stared out the windshield, I realized the darkness was alive. Shapes shifted and twisted, humanoid but wrong, their limbs too long, their faces featureless. They pressed against the glass, their forms melting and reforming like smoke. And then they started to whisper. "Yeti," they hissed, my name stretching out in a chorus of voices. "You've opened the gift. Now you must take it back," I panicked. Grabbing the box, I hurled it out the window, hoping it would end whatever nightmare I'd unleashed. But as soon as it hit the ground, the shadows surged forward, their whispers rising to a scream. The truck rocked violently, the windshield cracking as something slammed against it. I threw the rig into gear, my tires screeching as I tore down the road. The shadows followed, clinging to the sides of the truck, their limbs reaching through the cracked glass. I swung the wheel wildly, trying to shake them off, but they only laughed, a high, mocking sound that made my skin crawl. I don't know how long I drove like that, the shadows pressing closer, the whispers deafening. But then up ahead I saw it alight. A gas station, its neon sign glowing like a beacon in the darkness. I floored it, the truck lurching as I pushed it to its limit. The moment I crossed into the light, the shadows vanished. The whispers stopped. I pulled into the lot, my hands shaking as I killed the engine. The truck was a wreck, scratches gouged into the metal, the windshield splintered like a spiderweb. And on the passenger seat, the box was back, its lid closed, the carvings glowing faintly in the dim light. I left it there, got out of the truck, walked into the gas station, and didn't look back. I never told anyone what happened that night. I never went back for the truck either. Story 35. I've seen my share of long, lonely roads and places where the world seems to have forgotten about time. But nothing compares to what happened at that rest area on Route 89. If I could burn the memory from my mind, I would. But instead, I'm stuck with it, replaying it every time I close my eyes. It was late November, cold enough that frost clung to the edges of my windshield. I was hauling a load of auto parts up to Montana, running later than I should have been because I'd miscalculated my fuel stops. My eyes felt heavy, and I figured pulling off to stretch my legs and down a stale cup of coffee would do me good. The sign for a rest area loomed out of the darkness, its green paint faded and cracked. It wasn't marked on my GPS, which should have been my first clue to keep driving. But exhaustion makes you ignore your instincts. I turned onto the narrow side road, my headlights slicing through the trees. The place came into view, a crumbling parking lot with cracked asphalt and a single building, its windows black and gaping. A wooden sign stood near the entrance, the words, Pine Hollow Rest Area, barely legible beneath layers of peeling paint. The lot was empty, except for a rusted-out sedan with no plates parked near the edge of the tree line. I hesitated, the engine rumbling beneath me, the truck's headlights spilling across the desolate lot. Something about the place felt wrong. But I told myself it was just the isolation. I'd been on the road for too long, and a quick stop was all I needed. I parked the rig, killed the engine, and climbed out. The air was cold and smelled faintly of decay, like wet leaves left to rot. Gravel crunched under my boots as I approached the building. It was your typical rest stop setup, a couple of bathrooms, a vending machine bolted to the wall, and a faded map of the county behind grimy glass. The vending machine hummed faintly, the only sound besides the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. That's when I noticed the claw marks. They were deep gouges, raked across the side of the building, long and jagged like something had dragged knives across the wood. They ran parallel, disappearing around the corner. My stomach tightened. Bears, I told myself. It had to be bears. But these marks were too clean, too deliberate. My hand brushed the cold metal of my pocket knife, and I turned back toward my truck, suddenly feeling the weight of the shadows pressing in around me. As I walked, something caught my eye near the edge of the lot. A tree trunk, split down the middle as if it had been struck by lightning. The same claw marks covered the bark, and the ground around it was littered with shredded fur and chunks of something I didn't want to think about. My breath came faster, and I broke into a jog, closing the distance to my truck. I didn't hear it at first, not over the pounding in my ears. But then it came, low and guttural, like a growl dragged up from the depths of something ancient. My head snapped around, and that's when I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes emerged from the tree line, golden and unblinking, hovering just above the ground. The thing stepped into the dim light, and my blood turned to ice. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with matted fur and limbs that were too long, too thin. Its face was a twisted parody of a wolf, jaws packed with jagged teeth that gleamed in the faint light. But what froze me wasn't its size or its teeth. It was the way it stood, upright like a man, its massive claws twitching at its sides. I bolted, my boots slipping on the gravel as I scrambled to the cab. The thing let out a snarl that rattled my bones, and I heard it move fast, too fast. I slammed the door just as it reached the truck, its claws scraping across the metal with a sound that set my teeth on edge. The truck rocked violently as it slammed into the side, the windows trembling in their frames. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking as I tried to start the engine. It wouldn't turn over. I swore under my breath, pumping the pedal and twisting the key until the engine finally roared to life. The headlights flickered on, catching the creature mid-lunge. Its face was inches from the glass, its breath fogging the window. For a split second, we locked eyes, and I saw something in its gaze that chilled me more than its teeth ever could: intelligence. It wasn't just an animal. It knew exactly what it was doing. I threw the truck into gear and hit the gas. The rig lurched forward, the creature falling back as the tires spun over the cracked asphalt. I thought I was clear until I saw it in the side mirror, sprinting alongside the truck on all fours. Its speed was impossible, its claws tearing into the ground with every stride. It leaped. The impact nearly sent me off the road. Its weight crushed the roof of the cab, and I could hear its claws tearing at the metal. The thing was trying to get in. I swerved, hoping to shake it off, but it held on, its growls vibrating through the truck like a living thing. I grabbed the tire iron from the passenger seat and swung it upward, the steel connecting with a sickening crunch. The creature howled, a high, piercing sound that sent shivers down my spine. It slid off the roof, hitting the ground in a tangle of limbs. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. The truck barreled down the road, the engine screaming as I pushed it harder than I ever had. My heart was pounding, every nerve on edge as I checked the mirrors, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me. But the road was empty. When I finally reached the next town, I pulled into a gas station and stumbled out of the cab. The attendant looked at me like I was crazy, and maybe I was. My truck was covered in scratches, the roof dented where the thing had landed. I told him it was a bear. He didn't believe me, and I didn't blame him. That was 3 years ago. I've driven that route since, but I've never stopped at Pine Hollow again. The memory of that thing, its eyes, its claws, the sound of its growls still haunts me. If you're ever on Route 89 and you see a sign for a rest area that doesn't look quite right, do yourself a favor, keep driving. Some places are better left forgotten. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.